Breakout soon. This is some consolidation on the 5-minute. I don't know. I'm kind of hoping so. I don't like this rejection though. Good morning. How's everyone doing? Doing good. I have 90% of my ports stuck in GME. The other 10% I use in pickles picks and set stops on. That 10% was 1% 3 weeks ago. I know it took 2 years, but I can finally see the way out. Thank you. You're welcome, Pigeon Teeth. Congratulations, dude. Oh, thank God. I thought Kenny abducted you, and I would have to do a taken to get you back. Do you have any skills, Master Shake? Can you buy Dixie? You can buy things that track Dixie. That's on the PMI data. Was it good? Looks like PMI data bounced back. But employment basically unchanged. Interesting. Did you see AMC on threshold list? Very interesting for the basket. Still a disgusting stock. I did not, but that is interesting. How? The float is so huge. Fundamentals and technicals are meaningless. Irrational exuberance or just crime. Just woke up or not feeling well. I overslept a little bit and then I had to run and do something that I was supposed to do earlier. So I got back a little late. I'm financially ruined, Girk. My partner has my card and went to look at furniture. Oh, and went to look at furniture? Yeah, you're fucked. Since non-farm payroll was way off, is JPOW gonna drop the hammer in the next FOMC? No, I mean he kind of already spoke on the fact that even though the labor market's remaining strong, inflation's retreating. So maybe they don't need the contraction in labor that they thought they did. Although labor's still going to contract into like the middle of this year, right? Like there's no way that the rate increases so far aren't going to have a impact uh, on our economic growth over the next like few quarters because they will. It's unrealized so far, but they will. How big earnings went? They all went kind of bad. I think everyone missed. We talk about how if the MM can drop the price before T plus 2, they have no obligations. Is that true for NASDAQ too, where it's automated? That's the DMM, not the MM. Um, it's your DRM is your options market maker. Your DMM is your exchange market maker. So DRMs on NASDAQ are also, just like individual entities, right? They're not automated. Your DMM on NASDAQ is automated. Did you see Chumbawamba downgraded Upstart? No. Who's that? April 380p. I look a bit red. Okay. Is that still a reasonable target? Or should I be rolling and cutting? It's not an unreasonable target. You have time to realize profitability on those. I mean, you'll probably need the market to drop into like what the sub 4,000 range for them to be profitable. And we're not that far from that range. How's liquidity for Upstart looking? Still bad. Well, good for us, bad for people who need liquidity. GM really flat on Upstart overnight. Yep. Yeah, still no significant capitulation on like the short call positioning. The similar situation on SPX as well. You can tell Apple's earnings are bad by the fact that it's up another 100 BPS. Sometimes people just don't care. GameStop, the GameStop heading to 20 guy pre-split. Oh, wait, I thought that was like Citron. What the fuck is Loop Capital? These like Twitter funds? How would you buy a Fubo TV shirt if they break? Would you buy a Fubo TV shirt if they break $7? Also, would you wear one on stream if you were gifted one? I'm looking at their sweaters currently. Uh oh. Are they orange? Loop Capital is the sell now, ask questions later guy. Oh, yeah, that sounds like a great investment advice. He's the guy who said GME sell now, ask questions later. Okay. Twitter fund. I mean, seriously, like, who the fuck are these people? Like, I get that they get like some media attention because they say outlandish shit or they pay for airtime, and they like promote their tweets, but these people don't sound important. Like, what was that other one last year? Glacier Capital that went short GME right before like what, August OPEX. Operating their fund out of a fucking mailbox in Switzerland. BlackRock 13G on GameStop, 7.2% stake. Ooh, is that up? That's up, right? Is it normal for Apple to have one random 3-minute candle on the 1-minute chart? That would be odd. That sounds like a bug with your charting software. Good morning, sunshine. Earnings miss and lackluster data makes this push up regarded, right? I got some March 4150, 4100, 4050, and 4000 puts. Is it time to buy more theta? Or can this insane bull run push continue? Oh, it could. I'm fully prepared to have to roll my out of the money puts if I need to. March, I mean, you've got a little bit before you need to roll them. What was that? Hold on, I didn't see the end of it. I'm sure you put hashtag ZOM 130 because that's kind of your deal. Oh, you didn't? Have we seen the top yet? Um, no. No, we haven't seen the top. I would go so far as to say we're probably not sure where the top is yet. Oh, god damn it, Darth. Give me a minute. Let me wake up, okay? I see it there. It's right in the top of my DMs. It's impossible to miss because it's a picture of you half naked wearing a Santa hat. I found my Zillionaire account. Fuck, awesome. Apple did not have a weird 3 million volume. Did have a weird 3 million volume candle. Oh, okay. Why is that weird? People like Apple. They tend to buy a lot of it. That boy Darth ain't right. Odds Jimmy revisits 50. Pretty slim. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That's unlikely. Oh no, I bought the wrong strike on Upstart. What about 24s? Not 2450s. Oh well. Great GM loop you posted. You should make one about. Okay, I'll think about that, Fishhead. Selling CCs. Oh, okay, there we go. Maybe. CCs are kind of a little long-winded. Thoughts on SPX 4250, 4300 bear call spreads? Possibly wait a few days and see. I'd probably wait a few days and see. If this is the market's reaction to piss poor labor data, um, that's continuing to show a robust labor market, we don't have anything important coming up again. Fuck. Till like the 14th, honestly. Sometimes sentiment and positioning greater than the data. This is why Michael Burry loses on a lot of his plays, because well, he's way too early, right? Is because he focuses on the data too much and he doesn't allot for the fact that people are fucking stupid. Can you five some SPX analysis? We look pretty good up to like 4175 right now. Zero DTEs. I need to wait on an update. But yeah, I mean, over 4165, 4070, 4175 stacked. Even 4180 is not bad. We still have a positive hedge of 6.5 billion per 100 basis points, or 500 million, 550 million per dollar, roughly. Oh no, sorry, that's not the skew. Skew adjusted is 6.5 billion. The Nave Dex is 22.8 billion, and the Gamma Flip Point is at 4067.50. So we're still quite a ways away from a point at which, like downside's going to be very impactful. Profit taking's a concern, I guess. But we closed at 4175 yesterday, so I don't think we're going to see a lot of profit taking just yet. Maybe at like 4200. I will say though, wherever this move up lands, we're in for a quite the period of consolidation there, though. VIX is dropping on rising prices, which is very bullish. GME's not really reacting to the market at all. Let me see what GME dark pool volume looked like yesterday. GME still needs to break 23. 23 is really important, actually, now. there's more negative delta stacked up at that strike, and then 25 is extremely important, but also very bullish if we cross it. On the dark pool side, yesterday towards the end of the day, it looks like they were able to drop the DPI a little bit. I mean, we're still above like our 10-day average, but right at it at is that number 59. About an 18-point pullback yesterday. Probably due to some of the covering in the earlier part of the day. I will say this morning their liquidity grab was kind of inconsequential, almost non-existent. So that looked pretty bullish in the pre-market. Here let's go over. Do I have a second? Yeah, I have a second to go over the tips with you guys. So, GME is actually pulling back into market open today. In the pre-market, it barely pulled back to the level we hit yesterday. This is what we want to see. We want to see uh, lower amounts of available liquidity in the pre-market each day, right? And that way, our trend begins to move this way. So today's really the first day that we've had less liquidity in the pre-market than the prior day since like Jan 30th when we ran up. Jan 30th when we ran, Jan 29th. Was that the 29th or the 27th? 27th when we ran up. So it's a good sign. Upstart, yeah, they're just not getting any relative liquid or like relevant liquidity here. They're stalling it a bit, but they're not changing the direction on it. Not while it's on Reg Show. Is Upstart still on Reg Show? That I didn't check last night. I know everyone. I think last night was the first day it could be off. Yes, it is. Okay, I thought it would stay, but good. YOLO 220 DT on Upstart at open sold 150% up now. No way of you doing this without everything you shared. Thanks, Gork. Congratulations, 6 pots. That's awesome, man. Tesla GM changed since Pickles Picks? Yes, it's like up in like the 200s now. Hold on, I'll tell you what it's at. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Gamma Max 221.85 on Tesla now. Shitloads of call buying. This is still not the top. No, the earnings weren't bad enough to kill shit. I mean, they should have been, but they weren't. Okay, yeah, cat's moving pretty nicely today too. The ISM numbers will help that also. Not the non-manufacturing, but the manufacturing numbers. Or PMI, sorry. Do we have when's manufacturing? Did we already get that, or is that next week? The Michigan consumer next week. Oh, we had manufacturing PMI today, or no? Global services PMI was today. Okay, and global composite PMI, which both did okay. Hmm. Okay. The PMI doesn't look bad. See the Des Bryant tweeted about DFE this morning? I didn't. I don't even. Who is that? Who who is who is Des Bryant? Any high price target for Fubo? Um, Not yet. It's not right now. It's just over $3. It's hanging in there. Above three is good. I mean, I think it can hit like 450 or 5 if it gets like a big volume backed move, but it may be a little higher. But it's gonna need a lot of volume. Or it needs the $3 puts to capitulate, which they haven't yet. Some of the 250 have. DDS for the win. Yeah, it basically just keeps going up. YOLO 22 DTs. Okay. Um, any update on GM from yesterday for uppies? Jimmy is the old numbers on the screen. It's not. It's the current ones, I think, also. I think they're just the same. Unless I fucked it up. I might have fucked it up. Give me a second. Nope. They're correct. Wait. Oh, they're not correct. Interesting. Huh. Why do we not have data for just that ticker? Are you fucking serious? Are we getting credits for that, Atomic? Oh, sorry. It's bullshit. Yeah, I know about Cat NW. Have the tips ever crossed this much in a short period of time before on GME? Abnormal or just the times fighting to keep it illiquid? They have, except the last time that they did that this much was back shit back in like February of 20. It wasn't, I guess, yeah, through the end of February 2022. Well, into the middle, through the ETF FTD period. GM same for Tesla and Upstart. Got it. No, Gamma Max for Tesla's 221. Oh, Gamma Max for Tesla's 221. Upstart test 30 today. I mean, if the market keeps pushing up, it can. Yeah, I see it. I left the trading view up. Kobe Bryant's cousin. Oh, okay. What did he tweet? Is DDS just going to keep going up? Thoughts there? I want to buy back in for shares, but it seems Trans left the station. It has not really retreated in any significant fashion for quite some time now. I don't know what else to say. There's still quite a lot of room for it to go up before it like hits its trend. I think the resistance is at like 430 to 434-ish, right around there. Can you please explain this clown market? Why spy ups? Because that's what people want. That's what people are buying. How long until Nordstrom's goes bankrupt? We'll see. Uh, they're a better company than Bobby was, but they do still have a lot of debt. I thought JFresh said his data on Upstart was fucked last night. I don't know. I haven't spoken to JFresh. Atomic told me the API is fucking up again, so. Aside from a week 41.95, I wonder if we can test 4,200. It's filling the gap in a steady grind. Yeah, so far. The higher we push, though, the better chance that we see some long side capitulation today. So don't be, I wouldn't be too overly bullish. Follow the trend is fine, but have stops of some sort. Right now, it looks like we're gonna, well, we're still trying to push up a little bit. Definitely looking kind of head and shouldery. Well, maybe not. At least the trend's kind of good still. We might be careful of the downside here. Hmm. VIX at 1830. So VIX is starting to rise a little bit as we consolidate. Huh. Okay. Looking a little more bullish. The momentum's not super great on this, but I don't know if this test is going to fail or not at 4170. 4180 on futures. It's an important test though. It does look like volume's picking up a little bit going into it, which is could be a good sign. Apple just pumping. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of AMC being on reg show. Is the violent upside really too much to ask for? It's a lot to ask for. Especially at these prices. We still have a lot of pressure on us on the upside. GME 13G BlackRock bought 7.2%, sold down to 7.2%. What did they have before? Very bullish. The Upstart recovered from the pullback. Highlights that the movement is driven by broader market and not covering or underlying options Greeks. Yep. Which means that when covering occurs, it could occur at a higher price, which is very bullish. Can you say disinflation a few times to pump the market? Disinflation, disinflation, disinflation. Is it upside or share callbacks? Maybe. We don't know. There's no way to prove that. I don't think we're seeing short interest like market wide decline significantly. Although SLD could be a good tell. If SLD is a lot lighter, it may be that there's less overextended margin. Learning SPX through this stream and studying price action after I had 4 quick scalps of out of the money contracts on my small account. Every little win matters. $250 profit from the initial, from 120 initial capital. Awesome, man. Congratulations. OP Sparks. Welcome to Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. I missed Collared Gherk. Yeah, I wasn't going to do that 2 days in a row. Alright, the momentum's starting to look pretty good here. It's a bit of a struggle at 41.85, but futures keep finding buyers, so as long as they keep propping up the bid, it looks like we're going to keep grinding up. Watch the top of the gap fill. BlackRock had 6.8, they now have 7.2. Okay. Probably just ETF buying. I don't think that's a really significant position they're taking, right? So I mean good, but the price is higher, so they're gonna buy more for ETFs. Explain to Upstart like I'm a villager from the lost city of Roanoke. Why you froze to death? Is half score real or is someone LARPing? It's unbelievable sometimes, and it feels wrong to interact with him in case he's real. I don't want to make him, full port puts on life. I assume that it's like half true. Just like half squart is a half truth. He's a gambling addict and a terrible trader. BlackRock increased their position by 1 million shares. Yeah, that sounds. I mean, the price again. It could just be ETFs. So I'd be probably wary. It may not be like a long position, right? That doesn't sound like a very big increase in their shareholding. 6 pots. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gert.
BlackRock had 6.8. Now they said 2. JPOW have his pants on? Never. Explain Upstart like I'm a villager. Am I looking at YTRA if you have a minute? Boomer father-in-law knows a guy who says it's primed for a buyout. Ooh. Hold on. Um There's some moving up. GME, they shorted a little bit. YTRA? I mean, I'm not going to be able to get enough information in like a short period of time to tell you if they're primed for a buyout or not. We'll say it does look like somebody's been buying up a lot of their stock. Maybe like a hostile takeover, consumer services. Their earnings are moderately unimpressive. Their margins are mediocre. They have given that they don't make a lot of money, they have a pretty fat chunk of liabilities, all of which are current. They don't make money. And over the last 2 quarters, they've made less money. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, initially they don't look very attractive to me. Institutions are going to dump on RC again but I don't know if they have like patents or tech or something that someone wants. Institutions are going to dump on RC again for JWN, aren't they? Most had a cost basis of sub 20. Probably. Yeah, I think I put it correctly in the Discord. I can't wait to buy Nordstrom's at $27 and $3 over the next 3 months. 42.30 top gap. I don't know. It's still moving up. Definitely not retreating. I would expect a breakdown at some point, but we're just now getting into the range where profit taking is likely. So let's see how this does, I guess. If this breaks up, it's pretty bullish. Yeah. If we see profit taking here, then we'd be looking for like a recovery. This is generally speaking, like statistically, this is bearish. Yeah, I think we could see a sharp sell-off. It's possible. Should I look to exit calls that I poorly entered if there's an opportunity? 25C Febs. Probably. I don't know when you entered them or what stock they're on, but I assume GameStop because there was no other information. It might not be a bad idea to get some more theta. The $25 level is going to be hard for us to cross without some actual covering or without another big pump in the market. I've learned to appreciate 3 things while watching Goric: iced espresso, bidets, and day trading SPX. Those all have one thing in common. They do interesting things to my butthole. Kenny got my lucky charms. Oh shit. Larry Fink showing off his whale status. You must be proud of your boss. I mean, if we are seeing institutional accumulation on GME, then institutions are probably expecting a continuation of positive free cash flow or positive EPS. I mean, obviously they would start buying in before the announcement, right? I would say from a fundamental standpoint, there's a good chance that GME hits positive EPS this year. So we may see more institutional interest come in. Do we still have evidence that 150 is a magnet for Apple? I mean, it's a really important like support and resistance point for it. Everyone likes to buy puts and calls there. Shit, I like that. Is SPX about to get like extra bullish and do one of those weird things where the VIX goes up, or is it going to sell off right here? You're cutting cat. Thanks, big dog. NW, thank you so much. Congratulations, man. I know you went balls deep on 0 DTs today. Smart move with the potential breakdown on Dow here and SPX. Fuck, it's so hard to tell if it's gonna move up or not. One DTE 4075. DTE. 70. Ugh. I guess I have a breakup here hedged with calls, sort of. All right. How do you trade SPXW? SPXW are all the SPX contracts that aren't the AM expiration de-engineer. Bipolar bear equals quarter polar bear? Half bipolar bear? I just want to say thank you. You looked at EAF and said it looked like an earnings pump. Sold yesterday before earnings. Huge profits. Nice, man. Thanks for taking a quick peek. Yeah, no problem. Chances that Upstart dumps today to avoid T+2. I mean, they're going to need the market to dump, right? And if the market maker starts hedging the 25s again, it's gonna float up regardless of what the market does. Maybe RC will buy it. He loves companies that don't make money. I definitely grab some JWN and we'll grab more once it hits $5. Nice. I'm getting assigned on covered. I'll be honest about it. I had JWN. And I had covered calls out on it, which are long gone. I will not get that money back, and I will not realize very good profits either. I only had like 500 shares, but I was mostly just doing buy rights on it. So fucked again by Ryan Cohen. VIX bottomed out. Seems it's starting to rise. It might be, yeah. This is a good point for a sell-off and some profit taking from yesterday. So that's why I picked up a put. VIX isn't moving up a lot on this drop, which I'm not a big fan of, I'll be honest, but futures might drop back to like 41.72, which means SPX back to like 41.60. If we start to pick up some positive correlation on the drop with the VIX, then we might move down harder. Otherwise, this is just like an extended kind of like an extended period of consolidation to the downside. I will say right now it doesn't look extremely bearish. Will you financially recover? I mean, my cost basis was like 1980. So I'm okay with it. I'm getting assigned at like 22, but it, it's I mean, I don't know. It has like a dividend and stuff. It wasn't a bad stock to own. I'll wait till it's $5 before I buy it again though. Why is it so magical about this range on GME? We barcoded here for a long time yesterday too. $23 is pretty strong. There's a lot of synthetic short positions and short calls at that price. So they haven't capitulated yet. So we're getting kind of pulled into that price by the gravity of the negative gamma. Single biggest loss to date. Realized loss? I've lost like 100, 120, 150,000 on like 0DT SPX shit before. I lost like almost 100 grand on Revlon. I mean, generally my risk is pretty capped. Why not roll them? I mean, if the price gets a little lower, I might, but I'd want to see it back around like 23. It's amazing how you rant about Alibaba and Nordstrom news like it's fact when there's no filing or credible sources. Is this a troll? I mean, if the Wall Street Journal's reporting it, I'm sure they have a source. Why wouldn't he buy Nordstrom's? It's an IJH, which is what they've been primarily using to short GME for the last 3 months. He does tend to like to buy stocks that have ETF correlations with GameStop. He would have to buy 10% of the company for there to be a filing. Where is there a filing for Apple or Wells Fargo? He doesn't own 10% of those either, so you have no idea if he owns those, but you've accepted that as fact. Is 100K a lot for you? I mean, it stings. I don't want to lose $100,000, but in the instances where I've lost that kind of money, it hasn't been that bad because it's generally been like money I was just playing with. Like, if it's on like SPX 0 DTEs, it's probably because I've been rolling profits all day and I just keep doubling down. So like my initial investment was like 10 grand, right? And then I hit big and then hit big and then lost really hard. So bar rate of fidelity up to 30%. By the you don't have to file anything at 5%. I heard he owns 9% of Wetzel's Pretzels. What's up, John Spores? SPX looking like it will break down further. It needs to. We want to see. So possibly, it could break down further. I think there's a chance we see it. Yeah, I still think there's a chance we see a sell off down to like 4160 ish, which would be for so that'd be like back just I don't know if we'll fall under like the 200 EMA here or 180 EMA, but maybe just back down to it. You see, we're gonna pull back to the collar due to profit taking next week, or until CPI we just keep pumping up. CPI and SLD are like at the same time. I would say that with the current positioning and calls still being cheap, there's a good chance that we can continue to grind up. Very very similar to August. Um, so keep that in mind. Okay, so now we're getting that breakdown to 162-ish. We'll see. We might hit it. Uh, I guess more realistically like 163. I don't know if there's going to be a chance for recovery here. Now, if VIX, so now at this point, if VIX starts moving up with the falling price, which it hasn't yet, but if it starts to, then we could fall back down to like, we could fall back down further. Maybe, I don't think we're going to fall back down to like 41.38, but maybe like 41.55. Yeah. But right now it looks like VIX is moving against it. So, 41.55. That's going to be okay. So this would be like the farthest target. And we need to see a rejection probably here. Okay. I could probably go. In which broker do you have the biggest holding? I have them all kind of split up, but probably like Fidelity is the one I trust the most. I'd say across all my Fidelity accounts. That looks like it might get rejected. Hmm. Maybe not. Am I over holding here? Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to figure something out. Okay. I've Rev June 16th, 2023 5C. That's only 25% down. Still holding on for something super random to happen. The fact that they're not zero makes me happy, given the other losses on Revlon. I mean, they can still get bought out. But they may not. Do you follow any big healthcare pharma stocks like UNH or Lilly? I own some Eli Lilly. That's about it though. I do want to get a little more healthcare exposure this year, just not yet. I think they're a bit overpriced right now. JWN might be safe after all. Really? No. No, I'm still fucked there. My calls expire today. I don't think. Well, if it gets down to like 24, I guess I could roll them. It doesn't feel worth it though. Hmm. All right. Steve, do you think we might have a pullback to the collar due to profit taking next week or until CPI? We may see some profit taking next week. We might see some more today. I don't know if we're going to pull back to the collar right now, though. We have a lot of support on the downside. Being that JWN is on the same ETF, can he use that somehow for GME? Or am I super stocking too much here? I mean, depending on if he bought or not and the size of his order. If they need to satisfy the liquidity with the ETF to facilitate his buy-in, then potentially it could have an effect on GameStop. It stopped out in that drop on my Upstart calls, at least for profits. I need to put a sign above my monitor as it says, "Did you set your stop losses yet?" Thanks for all you do. Thanks, man. I really feel like I'm overholding this put, but I don't know. It's too close to say. If this fails, it could fail really hard. So maybe I'm not taking as much of a risk as I think I am. I'm starting to feel better about it now. Yeah, man, Nordstrom's getting slaughtered today. Or if they're going to try to short any potential FOMO on JWN with ETF liquidity, that could be another reason that it affects GameStop. IJH is the largest ETF for GameStop right now. I think 7 something million shares. Sold some Fubo CSPs for $3, 17% return on ROI. That's actually pretty good. What are the expected deferral dates on GME? I must have missed it. So now we're looking at 41 or 4210 F6, which is Feb 1st through 6th, for the MLK holiday deferral. And that plus its, actual settlement window is the final settlement period for yeah, that plus the settlement window is the final settlement period for any deferrals from MLK. So it's Feb 1st through 6th, T2 or 5. Which I think means that the farthest possible date in that time frame is the morning of the 14th. Right now, it's tricky. If we were still to realize volume in the next 3 days, so up until the morning of the 8th, if we realize volume, we still won't know if it's 15C3-3 or if it's 4210F6, which would suck. But if we realize volume after the 8th, between the 9th and 14th, then we're able to pin it on that exact deferral. And that also tells us whether the trade is buy side or sell side. So then we can pin down the last that last deferred trade if it provided it exists. You said the other day that volleyball could be a Pokemon. I just want to submit that his evolved version should be named Rip Crash. Fucking come on. All right. Need to break that. There should be some. I feel like there should be some profit taking from this range. Like I can see the 150s holding because they're farther dated. But there's a lot of like 0 DTEs here at like 155 and 160. And they're kind of at risk right now. Also a pullback to, well, at least a pullback to here at like 162. Another one is healthy if we want to continue moving up. Fuck, man. I understand why people don't want to buy puts right now. Short GPI? Ugh. I'm not gonna. I said the volleyball. Do we also have? We do also have ETF FTDs on the 6th and 7th, but the resolution of ETF FTDs is it's really easy to see, right? So I'm not like it's really easy for us to see it on the liquidity charts, and it's also really easy for us to determine whether it's like a full OPEC settlement or just ETF FTDs, right? Here's my concern: since the price is so high, if we hold these prices right into the ETF FTD date, that the ETF FTDs could push the market maker enough that they start rehedging, and it triggers the run too early, right? And then we have something like August again, like August 2022, which would not be ideal because it burns up all the calls and kind of reduces the potential for the run on the when we actually get the realized volume. Feb OPEX has a holiday during the settlement period. And it's also got a different set of obligations due. Buyers are just underneath the current price, so either need to blast through those or more grind up. It's tough because futures are pushing up and kind of protecting what would normally be a capitulating long position. We'll see. We're approaching the midday, so I think if volume dries up, then we've got a good chance of completing the move down. I bought a 3 DTE, so if we break up, I'm not gonna take like any substantial loss. Or I could just pick up a call and hedge it and hold it for later today. Big vol candles on Upstart. How's options flow looking today? I don't know. I don't really watch options flow. You can check yourself. What are your thoughts on AI long term? Is it just a pump and dump, or does it have some growth potential? I know it has some like there's some interest in acquiring it. Shit. One sec. But it does appear to be part of the basket, so there's definitely a volatility short on it. I probably wouldn't want to buy it for the long term with that in mind, right? Especially after its most recent volatility pump. It'll probably see a new low in the next like 3 months. It's gonna be super mega March packs again. No, this would be bigger, right? Because we weren't this illiquid going into March. So if it were pushed out that long, our illiquidity would be like at record highs. It kind of already is. When is Feb OPEX again? Did you say 7th through 8th on Feb? No, February OPEX settlement period is between the 20th and 22nd. Would you be willing to look at ASO? Looking at 1670 Cs. Give me a minute and maybe. I just use this to pick up another put. All right. Are the discount Italians on screen updated? No, they're not. They were yesterday's. Sorry. Let me note that. Wait, are people talking about going long JWN right now? Have we not learned anything? I hope people aren't. That would be very silly. Would we be more illiquid by DDS than DDS by March OPEX if that were to happen? No, I mean we can never be that illiquid, technically speaking. Look at MDT, Medtronic, if you want cheap healthcare exposure. Also check DMs. Oh, I will look into that. Huh. Fun. Is that Feb 2021? Curious. Here's what I want to look at. Put open interest is ramping up like crazy, but the price isn't going down, turd. I need to write that down somewhere. Where's my dry erase marker? Fuck. Oh. Son of a bitch. Price will cap down on GME before the 17th of Feb. Why are they prepping for Feb OPEX if there's another holiday? Yeah, I know. XRT's been going up, even though XRT is at a higher level than GME was back in August. FH, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Sorry I'm a little distracted. I'm trying to manage these fucking positions on SPX right now. Hit me up on the Discord, dude. I appreciate it. So puts it for March, though. Okay. And these are on VO. It doesn't look too dissimilar to the same motherfucking put spreads. The ones at 60 are huge. I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't look too dissimilar to the position. That's XRT? Okay. It doesn't look too dissimilar to the positioning on SPX right now. Like out of the money put spreads for like March 17th expiration. SPX is a little more split up between the 17th and the 31st because of the quarterly contract, but wait, what? What the fuck? Do you have IJH? Oh, okay, perfect. See, IJH looks super fucking bullish. Like they've it doesn't have very many contracts though, right? Like the options chain's pretty light. Oh. Yeah, okay. I was thinking about buying puts on JWN, knowing how things happen around RC. Well, his buy-in spiked IV really hard into this morning, so it's gonna attract shorts, right? Given how liquid DDS is, or Upstart for that matter, wouldn't it be prudent for those interested in going long to buy in the money calls or sell in the money puts and exercise? Sure. Yeah, you could do that to reduce the cost of your buy-in. I don't think there's a problem with that. Hold on. Okay, so we've got a double top here. And we also have this. That's kind of bullish, right? Well, so. Oh, Fubo recovered again. Fubo's picking up a lot of volatility right now, I think. Too bad. People are already discussing bag holding JWN on Discord. At least it pays a dividend. I won't buy JWN until I can buy it for a higher cost basis than I bought Bobby. Okay. How high can we see Tesla go? What's the GM for Tesla right now? 221. Wouldn't JWN GM calculations for when to go short? I can tell you this one. I don't know what GM is on JWN, but it definitely blew through it overnight. Your top 10 favorite restaurants of 2022? No. I don't have like a list ready. Natgas is jumping off a building. Yeah. Why would spiked IV attract jorts? Because they short it. They love like higher implied volatility than is reasonable on the underlying. They just pile into naked calls. It's very illiquid. IE shares are hard to find. When buying via an exercise option, create more positive price movement in the underlying. I mean, sure. Uh, it creates a collateral demand on the stock if you buy an in the money option, uh, provided it's sufficiently in the money and the chances of exercise are high. They managed to stop Upstart for now. When next movement after earnings, or literally out of the blue. Um, no, we don't. I mean, we don't need to necessarily wait to earnings. We have ETF FTDs coming up. I don't think the market's done going up, so potentially, we could see price improvement even into the next few days if the market continues on its current trend. I see us lock between 41.75 and 41.70 for the rest of the day. Don't you fucking dare say that to me, Carl. If it's very illiquid, i.e. shares are hard to find, wouldn't buying via an exercised option create more positive price movement in the underlying? Okay, answered that. There's probably someone in your chat who wants your JWMCC 0 DTE Delta. They'd probably have to be in New York City so you could send them the contracts by bike messenger. Do you think there's a connection between why Cohen chose JWN and Mark Triton? Not necessarily. Maybe. I mean, he didn't buy enough of the company yet. Maybe he's being a little smarter this time, knowing that his initial buy-in would trigger volatility shorts. But I mean, he'd still have to spend a lot of money to buy 10%. It's a bigger company. He's not gonna be able to pressure the board to do anything with his current position, right? I want to lean call side until there's an OI update. That might be intelligent. I think we actually have an OI update. Uh, 41.75 still strong, but 41.80 is weak. 41.85 is actually pretty weak. Here's the problem. There's almost no 0 DT put interest at all. There's some at 41.85 that's already in the money. Everything else is calls. 41.65 and 41.60. There's a little bit of put interest, and then nothing else until 41.50. So no one's really betting on the downside here. But that could just be that they're ill positioned for profit taking. I think if I play this right, both sides of this will print, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna wait to buy another call here, right? Yeah. Um, Maybe not. Son of a bitch. Bull market's back, baby. We'll see. Little higher than yesterday's ending candle. Busy with tax season? Wink when a good time to buy puts or calls would be. I have both. I'm unhappy with both of them. Gurk, we aren't running. I hate you again. Okay. Pickle song when Upstart breaks 25. Maybe. We need a run to like 4,200 for that to happen, I think. Thanks for all you do, Pickle. Putting up with the pores and my rants when I'm red. No problem, man. Thank you. I was 4,200 C, 0 DT looking on SPX and nearly 40,000 volume there. It's starting to look more attractive, especially given that we just broke up here. If I see VIX drop back to like the 1825 range, I think it looks really good. Randall. Still holding any longer term SPX calls. I exited mine today for a profit and I'm looking to reposition. Okay. SPX calls. No. No, I don't have any longer dated calls. I closed the straddle last night. I didn't reopen. Did I? No. So I have, well, I'll just look. I don't think I have anything longer dated. No. No relevant upside exposure right now. I closed the long side of the straddle yesterday before market close because we pumped into close. And then I couldn't reposition in after hours, so I bought ES. Like I went short ES, and then I closed that out overnight. And then this morning I closed my SPX puts. Well, the other side of the straddle puts. So yeah, I don't really have any long exposure right now. I have a couple calls that I bought today, but nothing far dated. GME IV ticked up a little bit. Did it? Barely. Um, I mean, not sufficiently. Fucking struggle is real. Those are too far out of the money to buy right now. That's why GME has become so anemic. It doesn't have a ton of options interest, so there's not a lot of active hedging going on. It's also trading flat. So the market maker's not driving a lot of volume, even with the options interest we do have. All of GME's volume, for the most part, has been like delta hedging. And since people aren't buying a lot of calls and puts on GME anymore, aside from, you know, a few institutions, uh we just don't have as much volume. It also means we don't generate as many FTDs. Oil getting shorted hard, selling off. There might be news. ATT straddle was crazy. Puts I basically break even despite a 100 BPS drop. Made most of my profits with the call side this morning. Nice. Yeah, having a little theta on them can be a lifesaver if you're not very, especially if you're not very good at managing them yet. I would say always get a little more theta. Once you get better at like averaging down and or like rolling the loser, then you can start to go shorter dated on your initial position. But if I weren't experienced, I would probably want more theta on them. They become way easier to manage that way. I did a straddle on SPXL. I sold my puts this morning at opening bell for a small profit, and still my calls. Thanks to the priceless education. You're welcome, man. Congratulations, by the way. Hey, look, chop. Yeah, this is pretty fucking boring. Sorry, I've been super distracted with. I have like way too much positioning out right now. Um, Thoughts on UNG at these prices? Thanks. I'll take a look. Ugh. And natural gas is dying. Why is everyone trying to buy? Like, stop trying to catch a falling knife on this fucking shit. Yeah, I mean, it's already at like all-time lows, and it could still potentially go lower. Oh, hey, look at that. We did get a little sell-off. Are we gonna get more? Did VIX spike? Hold on. Ooh, VIX went up. A little bit. Bullish. Bearish? Bullish on being bearish? Is this as stupid as you've seen the bulls in your career? No. Do participants like this profit survive long in the market? If no end of week sell off, it goes on my "We live in a simulation" bingo card. I love you. Nah, not really. You also have to factor in like how much has a loss in earnings been priced in already, right? If the market's confident that, you know, the rates are only going to drag on earnings for like another 3 quarters, then why not start buying now? And then you're already in when earnings start to improve. Isn't it valuable in the long term? I mean,
There are replacements that are, you know, coming in like with green energy that are arguably better. Europe's reduced its reliance on natural gas. There's a lot more speculation on it at the moment because Russia cut off their supply, and so that's going to increase, you know, drilling and building of pipelines. So more supply, and then that on top of like a warm European winter and stocked reserves everywhere means that, you know, it's very likely natural gas could keep falling for some time before it sees a turnaround. I mean, it's a very like specific industry that I'm not going to claim to have extremely good knowledge of, but I kind of understand the problems facing it, and I wouldn't buy it. It's not going to go negative. Like generally people who trade like nat gas and oil, they're very specialized and they understand that industry really really well. I don't claim to. I understand energy as it pertains to the rest of my stuff, but I am by no means an expert on oil or nat gas. Plus health concerns of natural gas now. New York City requires all new builds to run off electric heat pumps. Yeah, I heard about that. My building's converting to get some sort of like tax incentive. Why is Upstart GM still so low? We've been above it for a day now. No capitulation in the short call positions or synthetic short positions. Okay, price is dropping on maybe a rising VIX here. So this might be our chance to see the rest of that downside realized. Hmm. It's already picking up in Texas. How does one avoid assignment on sold in the money CCs on GME for today? $21. Roll them out? Or hmm, yeah, I don't know if you'll get an opportunity to get out of them. Even if we do get a sell off in the market, I don't know if it'll drop GME enough. You might just get assigned, but you could try to roll them out if you have enough money. Out and up would probably be ideal. It's tricky though. We have, you know, ETF FTDs next week, so you might just get assigned anyway. Wasn't a thought with nat gas is needed for crude in around 2 to 3 months, so there's an anticipated spike up in it that a lot are trying to play before a bottom is found and getting wrecked. I mean, maybe it's currently at very attractive prices, but no one seems to be buying it. All oil and gas companies are buying the renewable energy companies. They're not going anywhere. They all have renewable divisions. Oh, I'm aware, but that's just a natural gas fund, right? It's not like Shell or Zom or something like that. Have you seen on the news that Russia and Ukraine may prepare for a tank battle? Quite large. The battle, if it started, may involve NATO. Would that trigger market fear? I mean, it could. Why would it involve NATO? We live in a day and age with like drones and Like drones and cruise missiles. What the fuck are we having tank battles for? Fun? You got like Radio Shack drones that can fucking drop anti-tank munitions that cost like $5. Why are we using tanks still? This feels like the kind of hubris going into World War One, where like the machine gun was invented, and we were like, oh man, using people in battle is pointless. Because Putin is old school. I know we're not using them, we're selling them. That's not a bad idea, but like having like large scale tank battles seems so pointless. To hold land. So what, Ukraine's gonna push into Russia? I mean, that's fucking stupid. Russia's too big. But why? You can just use drones to take out artillery or missiles. We're just offloading our oversupply of tanks, it feels like. Invading Russia. Well, I mean, it's a smarter time because it's not winter's ending, right? Ukrainians want their eastern city back. The name escapes me. Okay. It's good for cat. I mean, potentially. Hey, look at that. VIX is moving up a little bit on this drop. Bearish. Bullish for my puts. Oh, keep going down. Fuck off. Any reason why you don't have a stop on the call? I'm gonna average it down. What the fuck do we have so much support here? I decided Boyle is in fact not too cheap at 6. When it rolls next, if Natgas is this low, it's not going to be a good time. No, it's not. Made a good amount on Feb Upstart calls yesterday. I just want to say thanks. In terms of repositioning for potential reg show run, plus mean liquidity reversion is Upstart. Does March 17 have enough theta, or should I be looking at further out like Jan 24? Thanks for all you do. I mean, you can kind of go with either one. You may have to move the March position as it approaches, you know, like that 30 DTE point. If you take in air defense, radio jamming, cost of drones and missiles, tanks and artillery are very good options. I mean, I guess. I'm pretty sure drones are cheaper than tanks. The main battle tank is the only thing that offers both mobility, firepower, and protection for the crew in the same package, is necessary for taking and keeping ground, a critical piece for them. But why do they need to take ground? It's for Ukraine, it's like a defensive war, right? Like, okay, but they already have tanks for that. They don't need to launch like an invasion of Russia. That wouldn't be good for them. Aren't there higher call to puts on GME not pulling the price up? A lot of those puts or calls are sold, man. Russia has tank factories. Are they using them? Because all the tanks I've seen are like old. Fucking like T80s and shit. Thoughts on Oxy puts here? I see a triple top. Thanks. Uh, maybe. I think oil still has. I mean, I'm not closing any of my Oxy position. I think oil still has a pretty good chance to go up this year. But I'm in it for like the long term. You might be able to take advantage of like the pullback in energy on this like bear rally. Hmm. I'm regretting allowing trading view notifications from Linuxes. Fucking useless. um You absolutely can win a defensive war. It's a war of attrition, and you grind down the will of your opponent. See USA, Ray, Vietnam, Afghanistan. Yeah. It's also getting very, very cold the next week, so just wait. I mean, once spring happens and everything like unfreezes, isn't it nearly impossible to move the tanks around? Like, wasn't this the problem they had before? Can you check Chevron? It hit peak, then drop. Thanks, Girk. I mean, energy's just pulling back. People keep asking me about energy stocks, but if the market's rallying, energy's going to pull back. When the fuck did everyone get so exposed to gas stocks? I mean, it's at support right now, but it can pull back further. They missed on revenues. Revenues are continuing to decline with inflation on the downturn. I don't think people are going to be overly bullish, and it could potentially pull back even further. Like there's room for it to move back to like into the 150s, like 153. What happened with Roanoke? I need answers. I don't need stock tips. Listen, man, I don't know. If there's no puts to worry about and zero DT are loaded with calls, are people legit just gambling on the market rising all day? If MMD hedges on a drop, the capitulation would be nuts, no? Yeah? Which might be like why all the puts are at like 40.50 or 41.50 rather. But that's going to also change throughout the day. They need to fight this weekend while it's still cold enough to drive the tanks. That's on Upstart for next week. I'm eyeing some 21 CSPs for next Friday. Can it hold 21? Maybe. I'd probably wait for a market pullback. Ooh, there we go. It's happening. VIX going up. Futures selling off a little bit. Okay, it's like right at resistance there. All right. And I want to get Okay. There we go. Small drip position in calls. You could, yeah, over time. Like just like DCAN. Sending them tanks while continuing to withhold direct air support seems like a waste of tanks. It does kind of seem silly. Upstart with a little bit of negative beta. Part of that drop was real and like some actual long capitulation. The other part of that drop was just like a like stop loss hunting. Hey Greg, I was holding SPXW 0DT 4160 puts, sold down like 60% on the break of the 180 line. I still think it was the right call. Is there something I could have done differently? Not to have folded early, just more theta always. I mean, that's kind of why I bought the puts for Monday, so I wouldn't get destroyed while I sat out of the money and waited for the consolidation to break. So yeah, sometimes if you think you're going to be out of the money for a little while and the consolidation's really tight, it's better to buy like an extra day of theta, so that you can kind of wait out like an hour of consolidation or something like that. Anything notable in SPX OI today? Yeah, people are just going apeshit buying 0DTE calls. Could cat bounce back to 260, 265 next week? Potentially. There's not a lot of economic data that affects cat over the next couple of weeks, but I don't think it's unreasonable for it to start bouncing back. I mean, tech earnings, like with the big like tech earnings being bad last night, that's going to be good for cat and slow down, that sector shift that we started to see happening. I think Dow's performing okay today. Yeah, so Dow's the only index that's up today. So we're seeing some of that money flow back. Everyone got a little too over exuberant on Nasdaq, and they started pulling their money out of value stocks, right? But now they're going to realize that maybe they were being a bit they were kind of jumping the gun a little there. Netflix shoot themselves in the foot or bullish rate IP login. Oh, the like cutting off the free accounts. I mean, I don't think they've really shot themselves in the foot there. I mean, overall, it's gonna probably mean better revenues for them. There might be like an initial reaction by people that aren't very happy about it, but I think over time those people will just sign back up or get their own accounts. I mean, what a crazy notion that a company that sells a product would want the people using their product to pay for it. But that hasn't gone away. You can still pay for more screens. The problem is like, one person and like like a frat house signing up for Netflix and everybody in the house using it, right? I'm waiting patiently for Upstart dip, or like one person in a family buying it and their entire family and extended family are using it. But you can still pay for extra screens. It's just that you're going to be limited to that. SGX spreads are cracked. I love them. Careful. You could lose a lot of money on them. US tanks will not be in the theater for around 4 to 6 months from now. Currently, they're having heavy armor removed and light armor subbed, so they will never pose a threat to U.S. forces. You can only you can only access it from your home IP. If you travel, you need to request a code that only lasts 7 days. It's gonna be a nightmare. Wait, fucking seriously? What if you change your home IP all the time? Like, oh, that's terrible implementation. Not if they aren't in the same house. You can't pay for more screens. Yeah, dynamic IP is really common. How's 4200C looking? A bit better now that we've had the profit taking. I don't know if I'd go 4200 because it could fall short, but I might pick up like a couple. Those are a bit pricey too. Maybe like a couple 41.95. Not yet. Right? No, if we're gonna move up here, we're gonna move up, right? I don't. Fuck off. Okay. Oop. That's Tesla holding up. Tested 199. All right, VIX is looking a little better on this consolidation. So yeah, let's see how this goes. I think it looks pretty good right now though. Netflix says those rules were posted by accident. They're already backtracking. Oh, okay. Okay, but how is November OPEX looking after today's price action? Like it's unresolved. Gaff. Static IP just changed. It's not guaranteed, but rarely changes. Still annoying. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound like a great implementation. There's got to be a better way for them to handle that. How do you feel about BTU? Bullish? Yeah, I like it a lot. I own a shitload of BTU. Gaff. I've been buying it since Jesus fucking beginning of last year. Like my current cost basis is like 1920. Sub $20 BTU gang. Yeah, back when it was like a pickles pick. How are you feeling about it? I'm sure you've been doing some digging. I'm kind of bullish on China ramping up their demand for coal. India too. Why not roll your 4170 for 2x or 4190s? Or am I thinking poor still? What 4170? What? For 2x 190s? Oh, I don't I want them I want the spread. in case like the 41.95s don't go in the money. I have a better entry on the 41.70s and the 95s, but Mr. Internet 83, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah.
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you out of the country club after the stream. Jawone? I don't know. We got to think of a name for Nordstrom's. But no, I'm not bullish on it now. I was bullish on it until Cohen bought in. I just ordered from GameStop. Use promo code PIFI at checkout, and they charge me 10% extra. You got one of the GME SEC 13G filing. Which one? GME filed one, or are you talking about BlackRock increasing their ownership? Well, thank you for bringing the joy of SPX 0 DT into my life. I now hate weekends and holidays. The other stuff like Jimmy and Upstart are cool too. Cuckoo. Thank you so much, Costellosaurus. Yeah, having OPEX every day is awesome, isn't it? I love SPX too. I feel you. I took a lot of profits on Upstart yesterday. I have two 317 contracts. I'm curious about holding these. I have a 25 and a 30. Thinking of selling the 30 and holding the 25. Do you have margin? If you're worried about holding them for a significant period of time, you can always sell like naked calls against them to offset your theta decay. Like if you think we're not going to move in the near term, right? And then, you know, you can pull them back if we start running. John? Yeah. I'm going to call it Norbert. I don't Nordbert. That's too much. It's like a tongue twister. Bagstrom. Okay, that might be the new winner. I don't think we can call it that till it falls back below $20 though, right? Cat doesn't give a fuck. No, it doesn't. But did you see how quickly people lost faith in it the other day? I was disappointed. I was disappointed and ashamed. That's not really pickle jar shorting anything RC touches. It's more like RC buys into shit, which spikes volatility, and then Kenny comes and shorts it. And then all the institutions sell out because they don't like him. And he pumps the price above their cost basis. He did that with Bobby too. It's one of the many things I love about Upstart. Is that all the institutions are way the fuck underwater. They're not gonna sell that shit at an 80% loss. Or more. We had t-shirts that said Nerdstrom. Ew. Make a poll for the new Nordstrom name. Okay. Ooh. Did I fucking nail this entry or what? Are we gonna drop here? Why are you picking up implied volatility? Go away. Maybe that's not a great idea. I need more name suggestions. Does Upstart want to squirt here? It'd probably like to. I'll say this much. They're out of... It looks like they're about out of their intraday liquidity. Man, liquidity generation this morning wasn't much better than yesterday. Even with all that price action yesterday, they barely got any extra liquidity. Oh, we're gonna be on Reg Show for so long. Nordical limit. $41.80 retest? Not yet. Maybe though. It's still it's grinding up, which is good. Consolidation in this range is bullish. But we need more consolidation in this range. Karen is solid. If they tank Upstart price during earnings like the previous one, would you grab a bunch of calls or synthetic longs again? I'd probably grab synthetic longs again. My like $15 synthetic longs on Upstart are up like 2,000%. So yeah, I like those. Those are fun. Did they get Upstart off Reg Show? Nope. Where's Walkin'? Why isn't Upstart off Reg Show walking? I thought it was all sabotage. Nord put wall. Can we call it Nordstream 3? highly offended you didn't love Nord Short. Unsubscribe. Pigeonwell Paperhand. Life over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Subway Suckway Cup. I didn't see it. You can't call it Norbert because we already have Fubert. True. What about Norman? Norris? Normus? Karen Normus? Zen Adjacent, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. How about Ignored? Okay, that was actually pretty good. Helga? What are you talking about, Carl? It's like you're not even trying. Olga. This poll's top two needs to go up against more names. A tournament of sorts? Okay, we could do that. Right now, Bagstrom is in the lead. Although Karen's received more votes than I thought. Okay, now you're just... It's not your Viking lover, Carla. I like Nordstrom better than Bagstrom. It's pretty good. Normies? We're gonna get a new HOD here on SPX. Gurkstradamus. Let's see. You know, the Bulls don't want to quit right now. And VIX is dropping on the rising price. I think we look good. Yeah. I mean, we're definitely going to push up a little more. Futures look like they're going to retest 4190. Which means at least 4178. Maybe retest 4180. I don't know if we have enough gas in the tank to push through 4180. There's not a lot of momentum on this. Like, it's consistent buying, but it's slow. Nord. That sounds like a I don't like that one. Are you looking at any puts on Nordstrom's for the next few weeks? No. I kind of just hope I get assigned on my covered calls, and then I can buy it later when it's like $12. Nordic Thunder. Wait, hold on, guys. What about BBBYRQ? Edward Norton? There's too many. I do TA on 1 minute charts. Am I a genius? I mean, you can do TA on 1 minute charts. It depends on like what time frame you're trading. It's less accurate. But if you zoom out enough, you're just doing TA on a 5 minute chart, right? How about literal anchor store? You know, I want to talk shit, but I actually spent money at Nordstrom's like last week. And Nordstrom's rack is my jam. Like, you know, of all the companies RC's bought, I mean, he finally bought into one that I actually shop at. Can we start an ETF called FBHA? Future Bag Holders of America. I didn't buy a turtleneck, Grim 2. Rack City. No, that sounds too positive. Imagine how many people bought in the pre-market. Ugh. Don't ignore Nord bums. That's not even that good. I see you sneaking around in the shadows walking. I noticed that you haven't been talking a lot about Upstart still being on Reg Show. How do you feel that your 900th prediction has been proven wrong? At this point, you're going to beat Lenixis for being incorrect. You still need to make more predictions, but you're getting there. Nord sacks off 5th. I never said today. It's definitely coming off. You said it was going to be off tonight, yesterday, which was last night. What is the Nordstrom's thesis? Sorry, I was busy this morning gambling at the Centaur racetrack. I can't believe you would gamble on centaurs like that. That's... They have families, Chaku. After the 1,000th wrong prediction, you get a free weekly. Why is it so hard to break the perma-bear spy? What do you mean? What's happened recently that's been bearish? I feel like the spy is ignoring all of the bearish economic indicators and just running for no reason at this point. What's more bullish than going up against all odds? Is QQQ gonna bounce here? It could, yeah. I'm only watching it because I'm just kind of seeing how NASDAQ's gonna perform. Like if right now S&P is outperforming NASDAQ, but I think if NASDAQ breaks like breaks above even today, it might run a little harder. So I'm thinking about getting like a few QQQ calls, maybe. If we start to like break up through 4180, I might pick a few up. Is it like it may outperform into the end of the day. It might not, but Millards. So Norbert and Bagstrom were the winners here. What was the other one? Norman? I already forgot the ones that I was going to use. Any thoughts on adding an Affirm channel? Probably not. I don't like that company very much. You guys, I mean, I'm not going to make a channel for it. The Bobby channel's there to showcase what happens when you dig too deep into conspiracy theories while holding your bags. That's what the GME channel was for. No. Have you been in the GME channel on the Discord? After strong gains yesterday, today's financially ruined me. I'll be rich this afternoon. Okay. Hopium Central. Here comes 4180 push on SPX. Maybe. I still think there's a chance it fails before 4180, but I don't know. People keep buying it for no apparent reason. We're actually picking up momentum and the VIX is dropping faster. So against all odds, the market just wants to go up. And even better, none of the in the money calls seem to want to take profits. So they're very confident that they're gonna stay in the money. Do you ever fear going to the glue factory when you die? Not particularly. peace for now, all you glorious pickles. Just imagine there are people out there who actually pay other people to do what we're doing right now for them. I don't understand people sometimes. Wait, what? You mean like people with financial advisors and portfolio managers? What do you think happens after we die? Obligation warehouse in the sky? That rhymed. Strong Bad from Homestar Runner. I don't know what that is, but okay. Up 120% on my protective puts. Thank you for your teaching, senpai. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. If it was named based on the stock symbol and not the business name, Jimmy, Bobby, it's only appropriate to name it based on JWN, but JWN's awful. It doesn't have any vowels. And you really have to be careful with your E placement. John? Johnny? Okay. I kind of like Johnny. All right, the poll's dead. See you later, Cody. Name it Walkin'. Elk White Nation. Learning about PDT violations, taking profit, buying low, selling high, risk management, and letting go of emotion. I'm poor now, but it won't be forever thanks to you. Thanks, Keith. Congratulations, man. Jimmy, Johnny, Bobby. Yeah, that's better. Wait, what do we call Baba? Why is there here's a better question. Why is there a contingent of people, hear me out, that are like, where's the proof that Ryan Cohen bought these companies? There are on Reddit. There's like a large group of people that are like, I don't see any proof that Ryan Cohen bought these. This is FUD. Why do you think the Wall Street Journal is lying about Ryan Cohen's positioning? Is it just that they're like angry that he didn't buy more BBBY or GME? Why are we following RC anymore? I don't know. I still made a lot of money on BBBY. We both know the answer to this. Crime? Because it's all a distraction? From what? I mean, like, Motley Fool wrote so many articles saying forget GME that even they've forgotten GME. How dare he try to diversify his investments? Grabs pitchfork. I had to pull my stop twice on the consolidation to stay in. My God, they try so hard sometimes. I don't have any stops set. At least not on my 0 DTEs. I'm not gonna lie, this consolidation's pretty bullish. I like it. It's a distraction from DRS. Why would anybody bother? Seriously, a quick update on GME. Thanks. They're shorting it back down to where it opened on a rising market, or people are selling off their weeklies that are now out of the money. Well, almost out of the money. RC seemed like Sheriff of Nordingham, same like Robin Hood, same like Little Rug Nordinghood. SPX, Spider. Mike's off his meds again today, Fluffy. Not to wear tinfoil, but the Wall Street Journal was also the news to share the NFT marketplace the day you took your shirt off when it was unrelated to price action, especially when it wasn't new information. I took my shirt off in March. Wall Street Journal shared the NFT marketplace information on January 6th. And it was first reported by Dow Jones News. But aside from those two things that are off, so maybe they just got front run on their article by Dow Jones News. But Dow Jones News was the first to report the NFT marketplace thing on Jan 6th. Even though it was old news. But how much of that is just like algos writing a reason for a price action, right? You see the New York Post article that mentioned, why would I ever read the New York Post? That's not like a real newspaper. That's like England's The Sun or the National Enquirer. Your bullishness made me buy a 0 DTA 4200C. This better print. It probably won't, man. Can you please have your BlackRock bosses now recall their larger position GME shares, please? Nah. I think it's more profitable to play the short side of RC's investments. I didn't make a lot on Bobby, but I felt lucky to be able to get out of it. I wish you would focus on GME and give some forward guidance. FFs. They're not gonna. They're probably never gonna give forward guidance, and if they do, they're not gonna give it until they have like positive EPS. Hasn't ChatGPT been writing the marketplace articles for a while now? Hey Greg, with all the major tech earnings out, is there any major potential for downside below 4,000 in the next 2 weeks? Not particularly. Profit taking, maybe into tonight, but even that might not be enough to bring us back down to 4,000. 4,000's a little out of reach right now without some economic news or some sort of political thing happening over the weekend. Full port Rivian, it looks like it's bottom bouncing. It's not a bad buy at these prices, honestly. How bullish will it be for Upstart to close over 23 or higher today? Pretty good. I'd like us to close higher than that. Ideally, I'd like us to be closer to 25. Right now, we're kind of locked in between the $25 synthetic shorts and the 22.50 synthetic shorts. Thankfully, the market continues to rise. Otherwise, we'd be in a much worse position, I think. Ew. Are we gonna get a sell-off here? Ooh, maybe I can buy some more. No. Close. Tiny bit of profit taking. VIX still down. Oh, man. Hmm. How many disciples of your teachings do you think there are worldwide? I have no idea. We could retest there, but I don't know if we're going to. $41, $46. $41.50. No. I could just buy more here. Ah, fuck, I missed it. Son of a bitch. Okay. Is everything working again? They just cut my power to take out my calls? Bullish. That was so fucking weird. Like my monitors turned off, but my computer didn't. I'm stuck. Your image is frozen, but your charts are good. All right, cool. Nope, still not working. What in the actual fuck is going on? I don't know what's happening. All right, well, I've disappeared, so that's cool. But yeah, I don't know. Market crash? What the fuck is happening right now? Was there some news or something? I still don't have a fucking camera. Hmm. This is all very weird. China airship over the Pentagon? It's not. It's like over like Montana or something. That was fucking crazy. I don't know if it's slowing down either. There's got to be some kind of news. That was really odd. Collar roll? But we don't have the... Do we have... Does anybody see the orders come in yet? I'd believe it, but... GOP wants the US to shoot the balloon? It's a fucking balloon. Maybe it's because egg prices soared. I don't know. I just want to know if I should buy this dip or not. I'm not seeing any fucking news whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know. My camera, like my power went out and then the market tanked. Sorry guys, I was rolling my collar. I need to like unplug this shit? Hold on. Maybe I can get it up and running again. No. Where the fuck did my mouse go? Oh, there it is. I wonder if it was like a power surge. It fucking fried my USB port. Well, if it was in New York City, maybe. Dude, what the fuck? That's not working either. So I need to like go find another mouse. Not working at all. Everything else is still working though? Fucking bullshit, man. Okay. I'm just gonna try to restart my computer. I'll be right back. What the fuck? I can't even restart it? Shit. I do have a mouse again though. Okay. I don't know why my camera won't work. Hmm. There we go. So the market's crashing because the GOP wants to shoot down a fucking spy balloon? Seems like bullshit, right? Did Susquehanna launch a powers? I don't know. Like all the power in my apartment turned off for a second, except my computer. The computer stayed on, and then when the monitors like cycled back on, they did that like a few times, and then finally they got power, and then my like mouse and my camera were all fucked up. And the market's down fucking $40. Could be the collar rolling. I don't know. Can't tell if it's a collar rolling until we see the. How's Nordstradamus not a pig? Balloon brings world markets to their knees. Nobody saw this coming. It's ridiculous. I mean, I'm not super far from the exchange. If I got hit with a power surge, I mean, it's possible that they both did, although they should have more protections than me. Sounds like a graphics driver issue, but why would that kill the power in like my whole apartment? Discord on hold. Oh, hold on. I can fix that too. Okay. Is Discord working now? Yeah, Discord's working now. The drop off was ridiculous. I don't know what it's an overreaction to though, so I don't want to buy too many more calls. Yeah, it's my New Year's resolution to be better with my finances. I already hate where this is going. Do I still have a good entry for breaking up my girlfriend so I can save money on Valentine's Day? I mean, you could just not spend money on Valentine's Day. Then see if that facilitates a breakup. $41.50C, 0 DT. Let's get that bread. Yeah, 41.50 is probably better than the positions I have. What an odd, unwarranted drop. Hmm. So strange. Nothing, huh? Wall Street Shorts, welcome to Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Is that drop gonna hurt Upstart chances of staying on reg share tonight? I don't think so. That was fucking weird, though. VIX changed. It went up. Like, VIX went up on the drop a bunch. And we felt like... Maybe it was just like a lot of capitulation. Or just a lot of stop losses triggered. Thanks for the best pipeline we've ever had. Oh, we have support at 40.50. Few puts went in the money here. More than a few puts. It looks like some 41.55 and 41.65 call volume fell off. It could be the collar roll, but I guess we won't know for like another 5 minutes or so. Oh yeah, like profit taking on the call side will absolutely cause gaps. QT? No, not this time of the month, I don't think. Do you think gold and treasuries are dumping hard since 8 a.m. today? People are bullish on the market. So, also gold's awful. What do you do when you can't afford the whole position you want? Focus on out the money, then go out of the money? Because that's what I did. 2x all the way up until I ran out of funds. Yeah, I mean, if you can't afford to get like bigger out of the money positions, then staying near the money and like moderately risk averse is probably good. Are we put heavy now? Maybe the 0DT sold off significantly. Looking for a place to re-enter my basket stocks. No. Upstart still managed to stay above 22.50, although it's gonna be a little harder for it to move up away from that strike. GME fell below 23 like a little while ago, so that's not really a big concern. The market appears to be trying to do a recovery here. I'd be wary of another sell-off. Freaky. What a weird day. Huh. I don't know. I'll wait for the OI update and see what changed. I think we get one in a few minutes, so. Chinese weather balloon caused the winter storm. It's new weather warfare technology. Resource to look up, learn about the collar roll. Just look up JP Morgan fixed equity fund collar or whatever the fuck it's called. I think that's right. You can Google that. You'll probably get it. The member streams are on YouTube. Yeah. Every Sunday, 12:30. Lots of triggers were hit. Sitting on cash. Lots of opportunities for the afternoon ahead. Coffee time. Almost grabbed 40 points on an ES drop and 10x my GME 2250Ps. Nice. Who's JPM and why does he have multiple collars? JP Morgan? Yeah, the JP Morgan collar does have a prospectus. Isn't this a bit much if it was JPM rolling? No, not at all. Actually, I would say it's kind of small if it was JPM rolling. Is he a YouTuber? Yeah. He goes under the pseudonym Jamie Dimon. Jamie Diamond Hands. Yeah. I'm buying 0 DT Jimmy calls here in case of afternoon fun lottos. It's probably you can probably buy calls on anything if this recovers and it'll do pretty well, right? Hmm. No, it's too early. Sell-offs are kind of nuts. That one was a bit weaker. Maybe this is a good time to buy a couple more long-dated puts. Alright, so the bear flag broke down. Let's see where this recovers. Stop loss hunts. Double upside gaps. Hmm. Look at Apple. Tesla sold off really hard. That was so strange. Hmm. All right. Whatever. Figure out what to do from here. Can you ask whoever just sold to please buy back? No? Apple bull flag? Bear flag? Is JPM evil? I mean, no, it's big. Sorry about your power loss, but I had puts and cleared AK. Thanks for the financial advice. Couldn't do it without you. Eases the pain from getting stopped out of my calls earlier after the JPOW speech. Oh, rough. Cat got hit hard. Yeah, I see that. How long dated for puts? I don't know. Maybe some like March quarterlies. It's like the March 31st contracts. Is Monday the last day to cover based on your DD? No. This time period extends from Feb 1st through 6th. Monday is the last day. Is Monday the last day to cover from 15C3-3? 15C3-3 ended yesterday. No, day before yesterday. So wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wednesday would be the last day to cover for 15C3-3. Honestly, I kind of hope we don't see any covering by then. But we have ETF FTDs before then, so we'll probably get volume anyway. At least on the 7th. Can I get a status update on Upstart within the day? Yeah, it stayed pretty fucking flat, and then the market dropped like a rock, and so did it. Dixie climbing, not good for stocks. Eh. But why? Why is the pound and the euro down so much right now? Something had to have happened. Hmm. Other sell-off in futures? Yeah, futures are pulling back to 41.50 pretty hard. VIX is still moving up. $40. Really fucking oversold here. US halting for some important person visiting from China. Nothing halted. You do some TA on Apple. I'm a regard. I mean, on the daily, Apple looks fine. Broke up and tested its high from like back in late October. There's a left a gap down at like 41.46 or 146. Sorry. So there's some room for it to probably pull back a little. Hmm. VIX above 19 now. Watch me, Barclays had a Black Swan event or something like that. I don't know. Something happened for sure. I was hoping for inside pickle jar info. It times we learned about the pull and bombing before the markets. Come on, pickle jar superpowers before I sell off my rebuy. I don't know. Futures are like right at resistance right now, so let's see if the VIX starts to fall off a bit here. Any of that sweet OI data? Actually, yeah, we should have the update now. So let me look. It looks like a shitload of zero DTs got stopped out, but new ones are coming in at 40.50, 41.55, 41.75. Some puts capitulated in the money already. There's still more to go. Most of this seems to be driven by the futures sell-off. I'm not seeing too much repositioning. We've fallen just below. I mean, 40.40 is resistance. 41.50 still got a shitload of call OI. 41.75 still strong. So I don't know. It looks like it was driven by a future sell-off, but if that's the case, it might be the JPM collar roll. But futures just found support at 41.50. And VIX is now back below 19. So VIX is cooling a little bit, not much. Yeah, we might start moving up here. Holy fuck, that was nuts. That whole thing was weird. That's so weird. If JPM rolled the collar though, that'll be bullish into the latter half of today. Really bullish. I love how we bounce off all these old resistances and supports we discussed on previous streams. It's kind of cool. Pentagon said it's in the middle of the US now. Okay. Not seeing any large enough options trades, but all business media won't shut up about how bad the jobs report is. I mean, the jobs report was just kind of unchanged, right? Why are people panicking about the balloon? I don't know. Why doesn't JPM roll always seem quicker than this? Last one was really fast down, then back up. No, it took like a couple hours. Like the whole thing. Maybe oil related news in the ECB meeting. Maybe a cause for Dixie. Check DMs if you wanted, but I don't think that would spark a sell-off like this. He agrees to impose 100 price cap on Russia diesel exports. Oh, that could be. I mean, that's kind of big news. So is oil just rocketing right now? No. Huh. Yeah, WTI dropped at the same time as the market. Oil's been having a shit day, but you'd think it'd be doing better on the news. Nordstrom. Let's see here. Yeah, that was crazy. All right. We're starting to get some call side build up again. There's more buyers on futures, so I think we get a little bounce here. I don't know how long it'll sustain for, but a little bounce nonetheless. Maybe resistance at like 4160. Let's see if futures start to climb back up. The 10s and 30s went nuts a few hours ago. Did they have an auction today? Pickle, can you explain what shorts would need to do to take BBBY out of reg show? Churn over a lot of volume. Use CNS to clear their FTDs. Why is Kenny killing Spy just to live another day? Kenny's not killing Spy. Reposition here, like catching falling knife. It's really, really risky, yeah. Although the support looks nice. There's definitely buyers on futures at 4150, so since not too much SPXOI sold off, there's a good chance it can bounce back. How are they shorting Upstart? I mean, active funds sell the underlying when the market drops, right? And then they just short that. They still have ETFs every day. How are people still confused about this? They can also short with puts and market maker liquidity. Reg show doesn't stop that. It just hinders their ability to short via like the lending pool. Do you think they'll be able to hold down Upstart until their earnings? We'll likely see a good bit of downside. I mean, if they short it too hard into earnings, they're going to create a problem because it's still on reg show. You think SPX 4155C Feb 17 on this DORP? It's not awful. It's not an awful position. Sorry for spamming. Oh, I didn't even see it. What does it called mean when equivalent deltas on calls and puts are disparate in distance from spot? E.g. spot of 25, 0.3 delta put at the strike, 0.3 delta call at a strike of 30. It means that the put call parity is skewed. So delta skew means puts are overbought. Maybe a decent time to pick up some calls or average down some for ETF FTDs. Maybe. I might get like a small position for that. I don't like that we only have 1 day of them though. Even though it's big, it's got a lot of fails. I don't like that it's just 1 day. So if collar roll then big VUPs, does this mean Guybrush time? We'll see. We haven't. I don't think we've seen the collar roll come in yet. AMC got on the threshold list. What's the difference between reg show and threshold? The same thing. It's the reg show threshold list. Are they supposed to be the same thing where short hedge fund or MS must close their short positions in 13 days? They don't have to close short positions in 13 days. They have forced settlement of FTDs in 13 days. A rolling forced settlement of each prior day to the period until FTDs are cleared. Might be a decent time to pick up some calls or average down. So I have my paper account hedged with puts for Feb 17th, currently up 37%. You ever just ride the market back up and let the gains be eaten away to keep the port hedged, or big dumb? It depends on how much theta I have on my hedge. Compare the volume we had before the split when they shorted us every day with 5 to 15 million volume. Now it's roughly 1/5. How can we expect another run like March or May? I mean, they've shorted over a much longer period of time. And we did have like larger volumetric shorts, back from like November through beginning of January and August through the beginning of September. Those were much higher volume. I keep scalping 5% and then selling because I'm so uncertain about where to go next. Yeah, it's understandable. Implying what? The MM thinks price will go up? If implied volatility on like puts is increasing relative to calls, then it suggests the market is pricing in like fear to the downside. Bear rally over? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, we haven't fallen all that much. We're still higher than where we opened today. We're consolidating a lot right now, which is really bad for zero DTEs, but probably not that big a deal for longer dated positions. Although I will say 100 BPS drop in futures on no news is kind of fucking crazy. Amazon dropping bigly. Everything dropped bigly. Intel looks good here. Ugh, I fucking hate Intel. Do you close any of your Upstart positions these last couple days? Yeah, I took a bunch of profits like Wednesday and yesterday. Or yesterday. Was yesterday? Yeah, Thursday. Yesterday. Fuck this. Alright, yeah. VIX is just moving up again. I'm gonna reposition. Oh, those are fucking dead. I can just sit on those, I guess. Mm, Upstart below 2250. That's not good. GME still holding 22, although I don't think there's a lot of put interest at 22. I keep thinking today's Thursday for some reason. Is it to do with the Adani fraud report? I don't know. I haven't seen any fucking news whatsoever. Yeah, nothing since earlier today, like with the jobs report shit, but if that was gonna prompt a sell-off, it wouldn't have done it 4 hours later, right? Fute's seeming a little more bearish. I mean, that's where the sell-off started. This is all like driven by futures selling off. The only thing I've seen is like a bunch of talk about the fucking balloon and people wanting to shoot it down. Maybe Buru was right. Maybe, we'll see. So we failed 2 tests there. VIX still isn't correcting a lot, so. A little bit, but we're above 19. SPX bottom, full porting 0 DT 4200s. I probably wouldn't do that. Fuck. Okay, we might break up here. VIX still dropping. Not back under 19 yet, but it is falling with the rising price. So maybe futures are stable. Yeah, I think they're looking pretty stabilized. VIX is about to slip back below 19. I mean, we'd see the orders come in. They're like, it's like the fucking blocks of contracts are like 40. It's like 41,600 contracts. It's hard to miss. If I want to enter a net zero delta strangle for next week on Upstart, I'd have to go maybe 5 strikes out of the money on the put side, and maybe 8 or 10 strikes out of the money on the call side. Yeah, you if you wanted it to be delta neutral, you'd have to adjust for the skew. Kind of crazy how your power tweaks in the market began to drop. Yeah, it fucked me too. I'm not happy with the outcome, but we'll see. It can recover still. Fortunately, I don't have like a lot of money in 0 DTs, so I'm not that worried about it. Most of my bigger exposure I cut earlier today profitably, so I still might lose like a couple grand because of it, but nothing huge. I wonder if there was a power tweak on the floor at the same time. I kind of wonder that too, because I'm not that far from the exchange. Like I know the last time there was a power interruption at the exchange, I lived in a different part of Manhattan. So it didn't like I wasn't like affected by it, but it did lead to a big sell-off. I do remember that. It led to like a 200 BPS correction. Someone could check. I'll check the fucking power grid. Yeah, their data centers should have multiple power sources. You should get an APC UPS battery backup. Plug your modem and computer into it. All set for next time. They're not very common, but yeah, I should probably get one. I think I have a UPC somewhere, or UPS or whatever the fuck they're called, like a battery backup, but it's like super shitty. It only holds for like a few seconds. Do you get faster execution? I don't know. Probably not. It's probably not relevant. Maybe a little bit. %100% chance they have UPSs and probably gas turbine generators. Probably. Don't dox yourself. I mean, I'm not. It's like all of the lower half of Manhattan's on like the same grid. Usually worth the $500. There would have been this time because I would have been able to put stops in on the first like big sell off. The exchange has its own power backup, but the private fiber link street side might not have it. That's possible. Isn't the actual NYSE in New Jersey, like the servers and everything? I know there's like a lot of their data shit is in Brooklyn, Connecticut, Long Island, and New Jersey. So it's all over the place. It's like a big web around the tri-state area. Mawa? Oh god. All right, VIX back to 1880. Kind of bullish on the consolidation. Now I think we want to see, probably want to see a period of rising prices on rising VIX. More positioning coming in at like 41.60 and 65. Brooklyn is on Long Island. Yeah, but so is Queens, but they're not considered Long Island. They're part of like New York City. They're on the same geographical piece of land though. Zero DT SPX, what amount do you typically use as a trailing stop? Or what is reasonable? What is a reasonable trailing stop amount? If I'm like walking away from it and I'm profitable, I probably wouldn't set a trail for like more than 10%. Zero DTs, I don't know. You might have a little I don't use trailing stops, but you might have like a little extra room. It depends on how profitable you are on the contract. IV is ticking up. Are you sure IV didn't just tick up because of the drop? I don't think there was an outage. I think there was a power surge. Bro, we're like all on the same piece of land, bro. Peace and love. Full port Upstart 0 DT 2250 here. Oh, that's maybe not a great idea. How about don't full port 0 DT anything? On Intel, price and IV heading up. Nah. It's just moving up with the index. Volume's picking up a bit. Why not just buy the index, though? Like, why not just buy calls on, like, QQQ? Or what's the... Isn't there, like, a fucking... Chip... What's the goddamn chip ETF? Too late. Nah, alright. Do you think there's validity in using linear regression, standard deviations to trade off of? For long-term swing trading, it's not bad. Provided the underlying has a sufficient amount of volume and that level of volume persists. So if volume's like declining over time, they would become less accurate. Socks, that's it. Thank you. I pay for theta like you always say. JWM calls $40, bought it open. Wait, what? JNW? JW. Oh, okay. Oh, Nordstrom's? Why the fuck would you buy $40 Nordstrom calls at open? Tips check. Oh shit. Hold on. If I can reset my computer. VIX almost back at 19 again. Hold on 1 second. Let's see how these look. Pulled back a little on the drop, but still not crossed over for GME. Upstart. SPX looks okay right now. It's consolidating. Yeah, Upstart pulled back. Upstart pulled back a little on the drop. That was kind of a rough one right there. Upstart still has a lot of room to pull back here, technically. I don't know if it will, but I mean it's clearly consolidating. But yeah, there's still a lot of room down to where like the resistance is on this trend. Up like there. Okay, there we go. But yeah, we pulled back a little. Not a lot. Definitely not pulled back enough to break the trend. Buy ApeCoin. Ew. Why would RC pull the rug on your power? I don't know. It was really not cool of him, but what are you gonna do? I wonder if that's gonna lead to a sell-off though. Fuck you, futures. All right, futures back at 41.50 again. Upstart resistance 2250, 2250, 22, not 2225, 2250. Below 2250, we can just fall off. There's more short pressure. Do you think YouTube is losing money by having to store all of your streams? I have no idea. In that case, are you selling CCs on Upstart? No, not yet. I wouldn't say we've broken down enough below the like positioning at 2250 for me to want to be comfortable selling CCs. I'd probably still wait till next week. I mean, if you have a smaller position, you could probably try to pull it off, but it's risky. If the market bounces back here, we'll probably move back above VWAP, right? Yeah, it's an inverse H&S. Am I dumb for buying March calls on Boyle and UNG? Probably. YouTube operates at a loss most of the time. Google just likes the data. YouTube has Google money. They're losing anything on this stream. There's the guy with 1 million uploads. It probably takes more time. All right, we're gonna get a Friday rip into close this week. I don't know about that. We would need to see some, at least on SPX, we need to see something to pressure the shorts out of 4150. Because there's a lot of 0 DTs in the 4150 strike right now. How cool would it be for Fubo to do a thing and to close? It might be nice. YouTube censored this, but was commenting, it's crazy to think if a hostile actor wanted to strike a blow to us, there are multiple vectors beyond traditional means to do so. Trigger a deeply embedded sleeper virus on exchange computers, take out strategic power grids, substations, etc. Yeah, and I'm sure that it's not going to come from a weather balloon. Wouldn't GME go up? I don't know. We're getting some pressure. This is a good turnaround. All right, futures found some buyers. There's some bid. So let's see how high this pushes. There's room for it to run. I don't know if we're gonna have enough momentum though. Sorry, Greg. I'm self-typing this at work. I think your stream is awesome. The million video guys is a problem though. Is there like some guy that has a million videos and it's hard for them to load it or something? Still loading NVIDIA puts? I haven't bought a single NVIDIA put yet. Everyone keeps asking me this. And no? There's still room for it to move up. I don't think buying puts yet is very intelligent. RC bought that balloon at Nordstrom's. You're gonna find out it's just like some guy in Montana with like some Chinese chip that he bought off fucking Alibaba. Oh, Jesus Christ. He uploaded 53 a day or something. He's running a script or a bot. Is he trying to like bankrupt YouTube? Like why? Why did RC pull the rug on your power grid? I don't know. That's got to be against like terms of service, right? They're just gonna take his channel down. Fuck. And they're gone again. Goddamn power outage bullshit. Last time Gatwick Airport was closed for 2 days because of a drone. The police admitted since there might not have been a drone, no arrests. Hey, Gorg, it's Popcorn Trader. Today I've gotten such bad fills. I think it's because my service is bad. I'm a few miles up in the air over Montana, searching for the obligations warehouse. I keep hearing we need market pressure for shorts to capitulate. Don't we wait for the due date of the obligations in order to run? Is it the same thing? Do we get 2 runs? I'm confused. Market pressure can force them to capitulate early. Lulu. Is there enough activity on options in the money to think we see further improvement T+2 on Jimmy or Upstart? No. Not with the pullback today. I mean, Upstart still has some pressure, but from yesterday, but GME is about even, right? GME's already back below where it ran yesterday. I mean, I guess ideally they'd want to get GME down to like 21.90, but I mean, I'm sure that any of the pressure generated on the run up to like 24 is gone as far as hedging it tomorrow or Monday goes. Not that we can't move up into the end of today, but any chance the Ion hacking incident that sent derivatives trading back to the 80s is affecting overnight settlements and pushing that activity onto the exchange? Probably not. Well, Apple and Tesla T+2 on Tuesday take us back to 4,200. No? Tesla's not that big anymore. Apple's big enough, but Tesla's not. GME is right where I wanted. Hey Gert, sorry if you mentioned before, but did you say how many FTD days you're looking at for Upstart? What do you mean? In regards to what? Like reg show? Or for ETF FTDs? It has 2 days that are kind of high. Um, hold on. So, the 3rd and the 6th are a little bit elevated. So today actually had some ETF FTDs, right? Is that the 6th and the 3rd? I can't read this fucking thing. Hold on. No, today doesn't. The 6th and the 7th. Sorry, 6th and the 7th have moderately elevated FTDs for GME, and then 7th, 8th, and 10th. 7th, 8th, and 10th for Upstart. If that's what you're asking. Yeah, okay. So yeah, 7th, 8th, and 10th for Upstart, 2.9, 1.1, and a million. And then GME today and no, today's for GME the 6th and the 7th. 1.1 and 3.5. So here. Uh oop. So GME 6 is 1.1. 7 is 3.55. And then for Upstart, the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then 2.98, 1.15, and 1.01. Oh, is that not working? Yeah, no problem. If you ever need to check those, usually Carl puts all the charts in the Discord channel for each stock. You're still bullish on Upstart if it closes below 2250. I don't like it closing below 2250. I hope it closes higher, but I also hope the market closes higher. So I mean, there's enough ETF FTDs that we could see a run. I don't know if it'll be enough of a run to like risk off, like for the market maker to risk off. Also, ETF FTD runs restore liquidity. So if we make it out that far and we do get a run, then we're gonna probably go down afterwards pretty hard until like the next, probably like the next OPEX period. There hasn't been an OPEX run. Like, we got pushed up with the market because we're liquid as fuck. But there's been no covering. Nothing's been covered. How do you think Jimmy Jan 21 screws would have played out if they hadn't turned off the buy button for options and stock? It could have kept going. I mean, people could have kept raising Gamma Max and kept buying in, right? But eventually, I mean, buyers would have become exhausted, and it would have collapsed. I mean, it's hard to say. It was at that point, it was just being entire like the push up was entirely being fueled by people paying more and more money for options as the price rose, right? So, um, and yeah, the halting definitely the halting definitely allowed like Gamma Max to collapse, and people started selling, right? As soon as it unhauled, like as soon as people could sell again, they started selling. Yes, just grab the bottom side stops. Time to go back up and grab the top side. We'll see. VIX is like way too stable in this range. I'm not like a big fan of this right now. It still looks like it's just gonna consolidate a lot more. We get another little like downtrend breakup here. Possibly. But if that doesn't push us higher, like we need to break, well, on SPX we need to break 41.45 and 41.50. Otherwise we're not going to get any short capitulation, right? So if we fail to break up like sufficiently and fill the gaps, then this is just going to like push down more because more puts will come in, right? I managed to trade SPX today, complete backwards. How not to suck in the future? I mean, the drop midday was rough. There's no way to dodge that. But even if you set stops, a lot of them would have gotten gapped over. I know. But I don't know how to tell you not to suck in the future. Be more careful. I don't know what particularly you did wrong besides maybe not waiting long enough. Because we're almost at the point now where like puts and calls bought today would have printed on both sides. What are your thoughts on GME to 20? I mean, if the market drops, sure. Yeah, the 25C weeklies are dead. I think even if the market bounces back into the end of the week, which it's unlikely to do, but if it does, we're probably not going back above like 40, 40.70, 40.75. Ever look at BBAI? Yep. I know it's Friday. Right? Yeah, Friday. Ugh. 223. I still don't have an update for. Uh-huh. 148. Ew, gross. Yeah, the upside moves still look pretty weak. There's a lot of call buying picking up though for zero DTs, but it's still all at like 41.50 and higher. So we're getting a buildup of OI, but it's still too far out of the money to be realized. On the downside, we definitely don't want to slip 41.20, but 41.30 and 41.25 are pretty stable. 41.35 is just fucking dead. 41.40 is positive. 41.50 is positive. So yeah, we need more at the money call buying. Otherwise, none of this shit's going anywhere. Play Rebecca Black Friday song? I don't know what that is. I have a Feb at 275 for cat that's super underwater. Is it worth holding for a small bounce next week? Like a Feb 17? Probably not. Do you think AI would see a lot more upside into next week? I cut half my gains, but I don't know if I should ride this some more. $35 seems possible. Hmm. I don't know. I kind of feel like it's peaking for now. I don't see how 35 is possible. You're just basing that on like historic. I mean, there's a huge amount of resistance at 27 historically, like 2770s, a very strong resistance. 35 seems really far fetched. Might not be dead yet. T+2. It depends on how much price action it holds from today. Hey Girk, thanks to you, my Upstart position is green. I'm only using new income from CCs and CSPs to degen into options. Requeue and have a great weekend. Thanks, Crackle. You too, man. Do you think 41.50 on SPX is even possible today? Yeah, it is. But we either need put capitulation, which isn't happening right now, or we need more calls to come in at 40.35 and 40.45. I already broke out of this one. The recovery here is kind of shit, and a lot of that's going to be that like 0DT calls took profits already, right? And they don't really have any interest in re-entering. But I think if we can hold 40.30 into power hour when volume picks back up, there's a chance that we move back up a little bit into the end of the day. Any hope for cap March 270s? I'm poking mine with a stick. I mean, it pulled back a little after its move up this morning, but it's still up on the day. And I have some 270s. I have some 260s. I averaged them down a little bit yesterday. Mostly I just bought two more 250s, but I closed those this morning. I'll probably pick up some more 250s if it pulls back into Monday. Dow's doing okay today though. It's doing a lot better than the other indexes. I think CAT can recover. I mean, March is, you got plenty of time. You can at least reposition. Always try to hedge earnings if you're carrying like a lot of exposure to one side, at least a little bit. Put profit taking could be a thing. It could be, yeah. If the nearer the money ones start to capitulate, the big pile of puts is at 41.50, right? So, if like the 40.30s, 40.35s, 40.40s, 41.40s start to close out, then there's a chance that there's enough call volume building up that it could kind of slingshot us through. I don't think I was the only one affected by that rapid drop though, because there's still a lot of OI like 0DT OI open that's way the fuck out of the money. Weekend straddle, maybe get 40.50 now, pick up puts on the test of 40.50. Wait, what? 41.50? Maybe. I mean, this downtrend could continue for a while. VIX is still staying pretty elevated. There's a little long side accumulation and futures here, but it's just at 40.50 or 41.50 again, which, you know, for SPX means like kind of where we're trading. So since 41.50 is kind of like the break point here, you might want to target, like, if I were going to do that, I would target something lower, like 41.45, and then try to buy my puts at a test of 4150. Because there's only an hour and a half left in the day, and if we do test 4150 and fail, there might not be enough time to recover higher. If I sold a 250p Jan 2024 put, 250 on Bobby, and they halt the stock and it's moved to pink sheets, would I get assigned? Probably. I mean, if it goes to pink sheets, right, the price of the stock's gonna drop. It'd probably fall below $1, and then whoever bought your put is gonna use it to exercise their shares at the higher price, right? But in general, better to wait until end of day to enter a straddle, given the recent volatility. Usually, yeah, it's a little less risky. If you're entering them earlier in the day and you have more time for price action, then you can kind of play around with trying to get better positioning on the straddle. Trying to get your calls and puts out of like way out of the money. But with this little time left in the day, it's a little more range bound, right? I'm gonna call Finner and ask if they can defer expiration of my 0 DTEs until next week. Since Upstart shorts are overcrowded, Pickle Jar needs to meet at the exchange for an unoccupy Upstart movement. I'm not doing that. I wanted to port into Apple, but I accidentally clicked Ape. Does anyone want to enter a volatility swap of equities? I mean, first of all, Ape doesn't have any implied volatility because it doesn't have options. Second of all, if Ape did have options, its volatility would be way fucking higher than Apple's. Once RC owns all stocks, will he put the market in a hoodie instead of a collar to keep things more casual? Oh, Jesus. That happened to me with Revlon. I had 350 CSPs out that I couldn't close before the halt and moved to OCC. I got assigned and now have 400 shares at a 350 cost basis. Yeah. I mean, 350 minus premium, but yes. Consolidation around these levels is a bad thing. It's not great. It's more bearish. I mean, it's not a bad... Being bearish isn't bad, right? It's just... It's not great for the potential to realize more upside. The Composite Man's ES Algo is a real dick sometimes. Does Larry know the programmer? No. Can you tell me how you would evaluate still holding in the money Feb 17 calls over the weekend? I have GME and Upstart 20s. Risky? Right now? I mean, you could always re-enter if you think volume is coming in, but yeah, I mean, risky to hold over the weekend if you're currently in the money. It was probably risky to not take profits previously as well. Although I've seen your Bobby position and I know how you feel about hodling. MMs are still worried about these 0 DTE calls. They're priced the same way as when they had 2 to 3x more theta than now. Yeah, they're still priced relatively high for no apparent reason. Interesting. So I think that's good. Man, futures just can't get any momentum to break away from 4050 or 4150 rather. VIX is dropping again though, which is nice. Back down in like the 1870 range. Bulls might just be dead for the day. What if I told you my name wasn't actually Carl? I would believe that. Is it Timothy? Any update on the long vol position that rolled out into March? It's still there. Some of it rolled back yesterday, which was weird. Carlisle? Are we breaking out? No. VIX did move down there. Maybe? Ooh. Okay, hold on. VIX is dropping. 41.55. Pump it. All these fucking, just like a massive bears down at 41.50 on ES. Zero GT Upstart calls finish square. God damn you, Carl. Don't you start. But I don't know. I don't know if the market can squirt. The momentum still looks super shitty. Took profits on Upstart calls. What date are you looking at for the next run? I want to get exposure, maybe June or July. I think we have a little bit of potential to run during the ETF FTD period, but generally for Upstart, that doesn't lead to a ton of price improvement. So, or at least it didn't last time. The time before it did. It's risky. GME tends to be at least a little more in line with its ETF FTDs. But that would be the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. For Upstart, 7th, 8th, and 9th. For GME, 6th, 7th. Should be more specific. Fuck you, SPX, and go up. Please ignore all logic and tell us that the market is going to squirt into the end of the day. I just don't. I don't know. We would need some like organic buying on futures besides just the hedging we're seeing right now. We need a lot of volume to come in and a lot of bulls and a lot of volume. VIX down at 1860 now. Maybe they are gonna come back. Ooh. Curious. Okay. Tesla dead. Ryan buys Tesla next. Oh god. Probably. I can't believe he hasn't already. Jesus, serious thought. You ever use EX and VIX for divergence to start runs? Sounds crazy. It's just too perfect to not be non-algo driven. Or maybe I'm just seeing things. You're seeing things. But bulls want that zero DT money back, right? I mean, yeah, but can they get it back? Some of it's pretty fucking far out of the money. Like on this momentum right now, we're not bouncing back to like 180. We need to pick up a lot more interest. And we need to fucking futures to stop falling back to 4150. Come on, little bulls. Push. Can't wait till Jimmy rips. I can make the video of Achilles versus Hector. You as Achilles. Ken Griffin is Hector. Are you gonna put our faces on their bodies? I've always thought of myself as more of an Eric Bana than a Brad Pitt, but I'll take what I can get. Ryan Cohen is gonna buy 5 Tesla shares and demand Elon to become co-CEO. Miami's contracts are not moving the market. The battle is real. Wick's still 18. Stop shorting, you fucks. Jesus Christ. He loses though, worth it. No, I'm just kidding. Do you do a great job? You do a great job of futures updates. Any chance you can put them in a window or on screen or over the order book? We can't read anyhow. I mean, I have them on a different platform. So no. I got Upstart 317.30C that are up 80% now. I already took profits and my remaining positions all paid for. What are your thoughts on holding over the weekend? I mean, it's up to you. If the market finishes out this recovery, which it might, then Upstart might move back above 2250, which is obviously a more comfortable range to be in. Just get TradingView and watch them. Yeah. What's your Intel play? I don't have one. Oh, I was just looking at it because Churd was getting bullish on it. I don't like Intel at these prices. I'll buy it at like $24. I love super stack conspiracies. Ken Griffin donates 25 million to a hospital. Ken Griffin is using this to access adrenochrome. He's using it to pay less taxes. Enormous is hilarious. It looks like we're going with Bagstrom, which is unfortunate. It's not my favorite one, but... Oh, no, wait, never mind. This pull's irrelevant. We're calling it Johnny. Like the cab driver from Total Recall. Any ideas why the timestamp for SPX charts would be offset 1 hour behind anything else on TWS? You don't have live data? I don't know why the time is the timestamp off an hour? No. Do you have your like settings set for central time or something? It should just automatically change the time zone. Futures are traded out of Chicago, but it's a CME. Do we see 85 on Google again? I mean, that would be fucking amazing for my $100 covered calls, but no. Probably not. At least not anytime soon. So we have Jimmy, Bobby, and Johnny. Yeah. I really hope Cohen doesn't buy anything else because I'm running out of names that end in Y. We'll have to wait for a downturn, probably later into the quarter, Mike. But we see $85 on Upstart again. Not until the credit markets stabilize. I don't think it's gonna like run up that hard. That'd be fucking crazy. If RC buys Carvana, we're calling it Carly. Okay, that I can agree with. Last night I discovered that Harley Davidson's ticker is HOG, and the chart looks half decent. It kind of makes me want to fill my port with hogs. Yeah, its ticker is HOG. Have you ever bought any Nordstroms or totally staying away? I own Nordstroms right now, but I'm gonna get assigned on it today. I've played Nordstrom's a few times. It's not been a bad stock. It runs with the baskets. It's generally lower implied volatility, like Macy's. I usually just buy some like stock on it and or sell CSPs on it. I've had shares of it now for like a little over a month. But they're gone thanks to Ryan Cohen. Which, well, actually, it might be a good thing. You think RC names his stocks? Probably not. We could package the names and rebrand with Little Bob and Nordy. BBBW, like Rick and Morty. Should name it Dobby. RC buys Macy's, we call him Matty, and if he buys AMC, we're gonna call him Regardity. Alright, fine. Look at CF. It's the big fertilizer company. It's bouncing off its bottom. Oh, actually, that might start to do pretty good right now. Yeah, I don't like. I don't dislike fertilizer as a play going into the spring. They also have a dividend coming up, so that might force out some short, like force some short capitulation, considering it's down so much. That could be good too. Who was the one I wanted to buy? God damn it, I can never remember the name of that fucking company. NTR? Mosaic? Yeah, Mosaic and NTR, I think, are the two. Hmm. Yeah, NCR hit like 120, almost 120 last April. Mosaic looks pretty good too. A little cheaper. They're all having a pretty nice recovery. They also all have dividends coming up, so I don't know how much. Upstart will fill the gap 76.23 before 2025. Witness me pin this comment. I can't. Oh, actually, sure. One more like and we're at 609 likes. Bullish. Man, that's like very few. What the fuck, people? Did I miss any Ko-Fis today? If I did, it's my colleague Carl's fault. I don't think you did. Have you thought about under which circumstance you might jump on Bobby again? No, it's dead. It's garbage. I don't want anything to do with it. If they got acquired, which still wouldn't really benefit shareholders much, but it would pump the stock. Um, I still wouldn't jump on it because all the price action would happen overnight. CF is also trying to dip their noodle into the new carbon capture craze. They announced a $198 million investment for it in Louisiana. Hmm. They get some tax incentives for that. What's BBAI and why is it running and why are people talking about it? That's like one of the basket stocks. Like, is it Big Bear? Or like a package software company? They've had some pretty crazy runs in the past. People just chasing shit that's up on Twitter. No, it's not Big Bear Mountain Resorts. They're like a I don't know what they actually do. They're like a package software something. They clearly suck at it. I took some profits from some of my synthetic longs yesterday to cover the cost of the position, but I'm still holding the rest of them. Superman. Safe to say no collar roll if not happened by now, or not safe to say? I mean, they may have prepped to roll the collar and not rolled it yet. Um, so far, the lack of capitulation on the collar is a bit worrisome, actually. MOS's main product is potash. Peter Zellin says the demand for potash will increase dramatically in the future, especially in Brazil, since their soil is deficient in potassium. Oh, okay. Interesting. Bad day for me today. I closed my 4125p, almost at the peak. Now my 4170C is dead too. Big sad. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, today was a rough one. Yeah, still no fucking momentum. This is such bullshit. And futures have lost 41.50, so I don't know if we're gonna push down more, but we're probably just gonna do nothing for even longer. I think most of the profits are already taken, so there might not be a lot more downside left. With the collar that big, is there a risk of it becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy? I mean, it kind of is when we're trading near it. I made 500 in the first 15 minutes and sat out the rest of the day. Lame, but money is money. Yeah, I did okay this morning. This afternoon, not so great. We're breaking 41.30. Yes. Futures are looking for support at 41.40 right now. So it should be, yeah, it's about $10 off. My GME $23 CCs are happy about today. VIX is largely a measure of options purchasing. I want to understand more why VIX up, SPX up is a bullish sign. Does it show calls are being purchased or puts are closing? It can be both. Well, it's more that calls are being purchased. Generally, like flat VIX and rising prices is puts being closed. I've heard any songs today. Why so sad? This is a boring day. Like we had a big drop, and then puts took profit, and longs took profit, and now no one's really wanting to buy anything. So the volume is dying into the end of the day, which is boring as fuck. So we're just like slumping into a close on Friday with no volume and no interest. There's not even enough puts in place to really drag the price down further. So it's up to the futures market, which is flat as a pancake. CC's on Tesla? I don't own any Tesla. Next weekly is my man. Soak up that weekend theta decay. Ugh. After CNS, we see which way she goes. Maybe. I don't know. I don't see any volume coming in. We need a lot of volume to come in into the end of the day to shift the trend. ES1 exclamation point. Bond inversion regressing. Okay. Dixie's still up a little bit today, so that's kind of a drag. And oil's just way the fuck down. Oil's down 350 BPS. Jesus. I kind of want to go long Nasdaq after this big of a pullback. Apple stayed strong all day, but it looks like selling off now. It has some room to sell off. It's a little overbought, which is weird because I paid $6 a gallon for heating oil. Ouch. Cat holding like a boss. Cat. Yeah, Dow pulled back a little bit, but still outperforming everything by quite a lot. Cat's holding the trend. Wonder if I should average down some 30 or 260s right now. Yeah, we're below the gap there. Oh, interesting. 41, 41.19. Oh, the fuck? What's your thoughts for next week? Below 2250, not good. Below 2250 is not good. Tesla went negative on the day. Almost. Oh, on the last candle. They should have passed the oil back off to the pores. Oh, yeah. So much for GME ups. I mean, I didn't really think it had that good a chance at any. There's a nice opportunity to reposition earlier today. If you needed to. But we were tracking with a market that was massively overbought, so a pullback had to happen at some point. I wish it happened a little bit later. That was general lamenting, not accusatory. What? Oh, okay. 1.1k watching, 690 likes, sad face. I mean, that's kind of like a perfect number of likes, though. It's okay, we're still a liquid. If the market trends back up, it's going to put pressure on these positions again. We haven't become more illiquid or realized any significant liquidity today. Mostly like liquidity pretty flat, so you know, it looks like the liquidity they got in the morning they used on the morning run, and then throughout the rest of the day they really have only had active fund pressure, so we haven't dropped a lot. So I mean, it's better than nothing. Still a slight improvement over the last like 3 days. Pressure's still there. What do you think of meta puts? How long out? I still think the market can keep moving upward for a little while longer. Is NoFPX around Feb 18th? After Feb 18th? Feb 17th. Feb 18th is a Saturday. Do you think the market is still going to bottom out by mid-year? Probably, yeah. Quarter one earnings aren't going to look better than quarter four earnings. I'll tell you that much. But there being another entry for longer dated puts on the SPX. This is a good entry for longer dated puts on SPX. SPX is trading at like 4,100 right now. I don't know how high you want it to be for longer dated puts. I mean, 4,200's nice, but I like Upstart over 2250. I think we see that over the next week for the FTD period, or is it a 50-50 shot? All of our price action currently dependent on the market. So we're illiquid enough that we have positive beta, right? But it's not, we don't have enough options interest for it to be like a multiple of positive beta. So market down, us down, market up, us up. The market could stagnate for a few days as repositioning occurs. It's extremely overbought. If this sell-off is it, we're consolidating in a very good range. Visceral Records timed me out. It's okay. Don't worry, JC. Up a bit on my NVIDIA shares. Should I sell? 6-month chart seems like she's tapping out. Could be nearing one. There's still some upside room on NVIDIA. It's not dead yet, but it's getting kind of close. Yeah, I mean, if the market rallies again, it could go up to like 233, maybe into earnings. If there's like a big earnings rush, check your DMs, my love. I sent you a beautiful bouquet, chocolates like item in the video form. Praise be to the Dans. Wide open face to the Dans. Uwu trash. Praise be to Lady VWAP. Riku. Don't time me out, Visceral. Why is that Ko-Fi approved? I don't want to look at that shit. He just sends me weird videos. Just 50 seconds. Okay. Praise be to consolidation. Reconciliation? Is that the word you were looking for? I really hope you get a job soon. Ugh. That was MOASS. Ooh, a little bit of momentum here. Hold on. Am I bullish on this? Not particularly. What a fucking weird day. This is never coming back. I've been cost averaging into GME for 2 years. I'm still not even. Have you been buying the bottom? Or did you just buy all of your position up front? You could use covered calls. It makes it faster. Made 30% on SPX today. Thanks for the learning. No problem, Johnny. Congratulations, man. When you see massive blocks of future sells that don't win the tug of war, is there any more inference to be drawn rather than just more buyers than sellers? Not really. That's kind of about all you can draw from like the order book. Just Dana Gork's face as he ripped off his headphones was priceless. It's been a lot of weird days. The market's really fucking volatile. It's doing weird shit. Uh, like the JPOW speech and the day following it both had like 100 BPS moves in like 30 minutes. It's not really normal. The secret ingredient today was cream. Huh. SAX 4200 end of day. It's ridiculous. What do you think of SPX April 21 3900p? It's not in a bad range. Lion King. I might sell some Fubo covered calls. I'm out of almost all of my position. All right. 100 BPS move come in sets of 3, right? We can do it. I don't know. Volume's picking up a little bit, but not as much as I would like to see. What about like interesting. Okay. What do you think next week has in store? I mean, there's not a lot of economic data next week, so we're probably just going to continue to move with positioning in the market, which is still skewed bullish. So it looks like we're going to see more upside. There's like balance of trade next week. The Fed starts speaking again. So Powell could come out and say some bullish shit again on Tuesday. Some jobless claims next Thursday. Oh, next Friday we have Michigan consumer sentiment, which is forecasted to move up. I'm addicted to risk. Now that TR is moving up again, is this the top for QQQ and SPY? Not necessarily. I mean, they pulled back today, but they didn't pull back that hard. It's not like we pulled back to the collar or something. People made their money and the Bulls took off early to enjoy the weekend. Yeah, for the most part. If ES hit 70, you have to tell me I'm pretty. If I'm wrong, I won't say algo or composite man for a week. Can it do it? God, you're so unbelievably bullish. Maybe. Need to pop 40-50 wide, 4150 wide open though. Like we're really gonna have to pick up a lot of momentum here. We could. Ooh. That's a decent amount of momentum. Taking my week-long time out like a champ. I'm like emergency exit. Cheap fucking value. Thank you for all you do, Gork. I'll see you next week. I didn't time you out for a week. RC's newest bag holder. Did I? Probably not. Whoever said we will never OPEX with a single retail call on the chain was right. That's all I'm going to say about that. Wait, what? Why do people care what those in Michigan feel like? It's just a survey of consumer sentiment. Okay, VIX is dropping on rising prices. And futures are about to break 40.55 again. Maybe. Just maybe. Upstart back to 22.50. 24.50s. Oh shit. Oh well. Those are dead. Fuck it. By the way, any news on the collar roll? We haven't seen any collar roll occur. Thoughts on AI? I think it's done, but boomer investor delay could come next week. It looks close to done, but it may have a little bit more room. I haven't really done like any other analysis of it, but it's at a pretty strong historical resistance right now. Don't they have some other stuff going on with like a potential buyout or something like that, or a big investment? My 2025s are gonna print. Cute. Maybe. Not dead. They'll be in the money in 20 minutes. I don't think so. University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey. It's not just surveying people in Michigan. Shh. Don't take the fun away, Atomic. Ecuador confirms first human bird infection. Time to buy puts, because we're gonna get bird flu season again. I thought take the fun away was my job. No, that's Fluffy's job. Well, who cares what college the kids think about the markets? Hey, Gorg, I just got a new job at State Street on some retail fund. What should I ask my boss? Oh, Jesus Christ. Ask them why they bought Upstart at $122. Who's in charge of XRT? State Street. So Texas Manufacturing Index is not just cowboy hats, boots, and brisket. It's also cows and oil. Newsflash, all consumers in Michigan are depressed because of the weather. In other news, economy is meh. A lot of money being thrown around for SPX 317, but not the collar. Big money trades. I can't see if bought or sold. Strikes at 5K for puts, 1K for calls. Huh. Ask him for he didn't actually start a job at State Street. He's joking. No, I lost a bet and asked a mod to ban me. Oh, okay. Momentum same like dead. I don't know. We got a little bit there for a second before it got crushed out. $41.50 is just like the hard line in the sand for today. Oh. Okay. VIX dropping some more. Our 900th inverse head and shoulders. Top 3 greatest comebacks of all time. LeBron James hairline. DFV returned to Twitter after the congressional hearing. This end of day SPX rally that's hopefully about to happen. What percentage of your trading career could you have called yourself a bag holder? For most of the time, when I first started trading, I didn't own anything for any significant period of time. I mean, a bag holder it means that you're underwater on a stock that you don't want to own, right? So you're underwater and you can't get out because you're underwater. I generally try to avoid that. I have a few things that I've been underwater on for some time and unable to get out of. Do you know Revlon's a good one? Yeah. My cost basis on Palantir is like -$3. I can just sell it anytime I want. Revlon, yeah. Revlon's way underwater. How does the 0DT SPX data look like? There's some calls at 41.50, but no one's really buying anything. All the out of the money calls look like they're expiring out of the money. No one's added to anything significantly except 41.50. If we move up through 41.50, there's like with some momentum, there's a pretty good shot we could hit 41.80. $41.50 is tough though. All right, VIX dropping more, now below 1850. Volume is not picking up, but there's some volume. Is there any reason that Jimmy could run early on Monday for the FTDs? It has FTDs on Monday. How would that be early? It has like 990,000 FTDs on Monday and then like 3 million on Tuesday. End of day prediction poll. 4140, the new 4035. JPM gonna save us? I don't know. ETF ticker or GME ETF FT GME FTDs. It's from all of the ETFs. I don't have it broken down ETF by ETF. I know IJK and IJH are responsible for a fairly large number of fails, as is XRT. Do we try and put ETF FTDs on top of underlying FTDs for a chart? You could if you want to. Oh, fuck off, Grim, too. There's more than enough evidence of ETF FTD covering. I don't need to prove it every time it comes up. I've already proved it like 40 times now. Have a good weekend. Next week we ride. Literally every time Linux has been wrong, and I've been right 2 days later because he keeps using TA to predict it instead of just counting the number of days from the fails. We talking GME or Upstart or both? Sorry I stopped paying attention. Upstart has FTDs too, but I'm not sure that it's that heavily weighted in the number of ETF FTDs that occur. Like GME is generally in the ETFs that it fails on. GME has like a lot of weight. It tends to run with ETF FTDs that are like in excess of a couple million. Upstart, I don't know. We saw ACWI fail last time. It had like 5 million fails, and we never saw any resolution, right? Big deal that Upstart's still on Reg Show. Yeah, yeah. And no liquidity realized yet today either. Do you think obligations on Upstart and GME were deferred, dodged, or just not have to do anything? Right now, I still think they're deferred. They do seem to be fairly substantial, given that we're more illiquid than we've ever been. Especially on GME. My $20 CCs will probably be getting assigned. Ooh. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe you get like an end of day sell off. VIX is staying highly correlated, but futures aren't really going up. They just keep pulling back to 4150. Anything cool I should do in London while I'm there? I haven't been in London for like a very long time, so I don't know. Welcome to Dillionaire, Alex. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club, man. I appreciate it. Anything fun I should do in Norway while I'm there? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not a tour guide. Does Jamie have a chance to test 25 next week with ETF FTDs? Maybe. I don't know if the volume is going to be enough across one day to force like capitulation of the current short calls, but it could be. 3 million's a lot. 3 million's the most we've seen since like August, so there's some potential, just not a ton. I don't want to tell you my Norway secrets. Anything fun I should do in Arkansas when I eventually have to move there? Why do you have to move to Arkansas? Kind of interesting news. Kazakhstan is ignoring Russian demands about supporting Ukraine, and it sent supplies in defiance of Russia. This could be a chain of countries. Russia needs to continue functioning without America. Maybe. Is there any chance QQQ goes crazy and bounces next week? Yeah, there is. I don't think today's pullback had a very significant effect. Thoughts on Microsoft? I like 265Cs for March, April. AI fever will hit after a pullback now. I like Microsoft. I don't know how much I like playing calls on it right now, but dividends coming up soon, right? There might still be some upside left in it. I don't hate that strike. 265 might be okay. I'd wait for the pullback a little more. There's still some room to pull back here. Like this could still pull back to like the 253, 254 level. Anything fun I can do for like an hour before I go back to studying? I don't know, Carl. Okay. This is what I'm gonna do. The 4125 calls sell off. Or the 4135 puts close. Futures are selling off. It's just gonna sell off. All right, never mind. What day is ETF FTDs? The 6th and 7th for GameStop, 7th, 8th, and 9th for Upstart. What extra supplies does Kazakhstan have? I have no idea. My Ko-Fi was missed. I'm sorry, Bloop. I'll find it. Hi, Gorg. I fucked up this week pretty badly. Can you comfort me by telling me I played it terribly and I should try harder next week? What did you fuck up? How do you play dividends? You really shouldn't. Seems like Upstart followed GM plus 10% rule on this little run. How can we tell when that's in play versus GM having moved up? Volume? Yeah, I mean GM stayed static. We went above it, but nothing really changed, right? I don't like Red Lobster. I like the biscuits. I'll go there and eat plates of the biscuits. Eddie Zeddy, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. The fucking market maker is seriously underpricing calls on SPX at the money right now. And I kind of want to be really greedy. But I know it's stupid. It's gonna fucking bounce here though, right? Ah, I'll stay away from it. Thank you guys. Don't like Upstart and GME being the same price. That's awkward, right? SRX dropped like 40 points last time I hopped in the elevator and went down a bunch of floors. I'm about to hop in the elevator to go back up. I'll try to bring the SPX with me. Wish me luck. Christ. Full port GME weekly is Monday at open. You got it, dude. That sounds terrible. So definitely hold calls over the weekend because of ETF FTDs. It depends on how much theta you have on them. If you have a decent amount of theta, it might not be bad. Yay, I'm a billionaire now. Nice. I've been a lurking poor for about a year and have traded on my own losing money. This week I followed very close and bought Upstart, stopped out, but still up 6 grand. Thanks. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Yeah, it's been a good week. Even though it's ending on a blah note, it's been nice. T+2 for Upstart on Tuesday. Yeah. Monday, Tuesday. Although Upstart's almost back to where it started. It's gonna have a little carryover. I don't know if it's gonna have a ton. I guess the $20 strikes are staying in the money into the end of today, provided we don't have any more of a sell-off. So that's a good sign, unless they slam us at market open on Monday. So we'd want to see futures move up over the weekend into market open. But if they do and like we get dragged up, then we're in a better spot for hedging. 2250 would have been a lot better. You can buy their biscuits to make it home just as good, except you're doing it yourself. It's probably better because you can use like better ingredients, but you can just make herb and cheddar biscuits. They're delicious. They're not very hard. Is there a general rule of thumb for protecting a full port of 6-month DTE at the money calls? I mean, there isn't a general rule of thumb for it, but you can buy puts to protect your downside. Ugh. What are your thoughts on long dated Nordstrom's puts? There's definitely gonna be some more shorts coming in on it soon. I need to look at like Nordstrom's like liquidity and stuff, but it might not be bad. I mean, after last night's run, it may be kind of tapped out for the short term. At this point, Upstart is up 15% for the week. Yeah. I'm steering clear of the Nordstrom split, but I do like that store way better than BBBY. I agree. I mean, they have less issues with their debt. Their cash flow is not great, but that could probably be fixed. Um, they have a dividend, which is kind of nice, but also it means that it's not a very good growth stock. The recipe on Red Lobster biscuits is short cheese, Required to replicate the restaurant experience, you need to double the cheese at a minimum. Huh. One 15-minute dopamine calls. What's your urban cheddar biscuit recipe? I don't know. I've made them before, but I don't remember what the recipe was. Was joking about the full port thing. Sorry, I forgot that's something we all do. They sell same stuff as other stores for 20% more because clients buying there don't care. I mean, that's a pretty good business model, right? If you can sustain it. I figured I'd ask now because the Pickles Pick is presumably over. How do you know to enter cost right at open last Monday instead of waiting for a pullback? Um, let me look at this setup again. So this was last Monday, so it was on the 22nd, right? Oh, because it was already breaking into the 4080 OI at Friday close. And there's been like every breakup of 4080 on Costco over the last few months has been met with a pretty significant amount of buy pressure. So it's a really good range to see like continued buy pressure, especially if it begins like the day before. And so I mean it was almost a little chasey, but it worked out really well. That's why I kept risk so tight on it, because if it does pull back, you have to cut the calls really quickly. And then like the people who bought in on the previous run up, who like bought in at like the 40-50 level, they'd already sold off going into like Friday morning, right? Or Thursday morning the week before. So it already recovered from the pullback. And then I confirmed the move up. And then that's what the buy-in Monday morning was. That was a good play if you bought some theta on it. It ran like all the way into like the middle of this week. You think the Bulls push hard here? No, I think they went home. Do we consider the Wednesday Friday gap on Bobby filled at this point? Sure. I don't know. I'm not even looking at Bobby. I want to give you a straight answer, and the answer is I don't care enough to look at it. Update, just got off the elevator. Seeing that SPX didn't want to come up with me, I'm sorry I let you all down. It's okay, Barry. Maybe next time. Would you rather have 500 Upstart or 1,000 Neo at this price? I think Upstart and Neo are both a little overpriced right now. No, you're buying Neo as it's just tanking, and could probably easily get it for $10 or less. And then Upstart has a earnings coming up, which is probably not going to be very good. So there's probably an opportunity to buy it there. What's our market news for next week? I don't know. I'll go over that this weekend. Look at the 1 month chart on GME. I think the market maker have been doing multiple pump and dumps. Sort of how it works, yeah. Is this like an aspect of it that you don't understand? When you say tapped out for the short term on Nordstrom's, do you mean it's liquidity, or is it ability to see higher prices? I think it's not going to see higher prices. I think they're going to come in and short the bump in volatility and drive the price down. I don't know its liquidity. I haven't looked at it yet. Do you think Monday we'll get some T+2 price improvement on Upstart? A little bit, but not as much as we would have gotten over 2250. How do you intend to play Upstart earnings, or is it too soon? It's too soon, but I'll probably sell covered calls into it. I don't expect their earnings to be significantly better. I suppose it depends on which side of it we get shorted on, or if they have any liquidity to short with. By then, we'll see what happens after the ETF FTDs as far as that goes. Are you not worried about them announcing the share buyback being complete? Not yet, no. Like I said, it'll depend on how much liquidity is realized during ETF FTDs. If there's a lot of liquidity realized, I'll be more inclined to sell covered calls. Hopefully no more fucking balloons next week. Man, the market didn't sell off because there's a Chinese balloon floating over the US, right? Vanguard sold 5.6 million shares of GameStop. That's not good. What about their ETF holdings? Most of my Upstart position is Gen 24s. I'm thinking I'll cut them next week on any upside. Reposition closer to earnings. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're buying leaps, you don't really care about the earnings IV, so. If they did the full buyback in that $12 to $13 range, then the free float would be significantly reduced and SI would be like 50 to 60%, right? Yeah, SI would be significantly higher. What if the market chokes on the balloon while swimming in the ocean? It's ridiculous. Hmm. Tesla's still holding 189. Upstart dipping below 22. Gross. GME kind of recovering a little bit into the end of the day. I think it's still going to close below 2250, but I moved my 401k into Fidelity to manage all the investments. What's the first thing I should buy? I don't know, man. Whatever you want. Should you really be managing your own 401k? New GME 13 filing. BlackRock added millions of shares. 1 million shares? Is this just shorting to keep some options out of the money? I don't really think anything's happening right now. I think, Upstart's probably got like 0 DTs and stuff selling off into close. It's not very interesting. They appear to be shorting some of the downticks. Or maybe that's just the market maker shorting as the $22 strike moves out of the money. GME is really not doing anything, and SPX is boring as fuck right now. Like flat, like no one's interested. People took their money earlier on the drop and got stopped out on the drop. Everything else is dying out of the money, so just kind of a flat end of day with nothing really exciting happening. BlackRock added millions. Didn't they already have millions? I thought they went from like 6 something to 7.2. 2 million shares, almost 3. Okay. I don't understand what Vanguard had to sell off because most of their ownership was in their ETFs, right? When news drops and the market or underlying don't react, safe to say the news is a nothing burger. Generally, yeah. I'm just trying to do better at locking in profits. Upstart earnings, I'm trying to do better. Last earnings, I was way up on leaps, but then I didn't take enough profits, and I held through the big drop. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're profitable right now, we haven't seen any volumetric covering. Like, we're still a liquid, so maintaining exposure is good. But BlackRock, 21,977,404 shares. That's a lot. Oh, did they increase their ownership by 7 million shares? I don't see any filings on Vanguard filings on the GameStop IR. It wouldn't be on investor relations, right? They increased by 1 million. Okay. I'll look at it later. I don't want to. Too many people pull that information from too many places. I'll look later and see. What's your opinion on selling CCs right now? A little risky with the ETF FTDs coming up. Unless you sell some theta on them. Pulled my stops today and got rugged. Reposition and hope next week looks up. We've been a bit oversold from those tech earnings. Thanks for all you do. Happy weekend. I mean, I don't think we're oversold from what those tech earnings imply at all, but we are. I mean, we've hit like the bottom of where, short positioning is on the SPX right now. 401k holding Upstart, HCP, Dole. Okay. Not bad. Uh, you're a little tech exposed. No commodities or anything. Just you probably want a very balanced portfolio and lots of defensive stocks. Running in Feb. There's a holiday though. When waiting for any T+2 run on JWN after today's run would be a good idea if looking to buy any puts. I don't know. Puts are they're just like options are overpriced, right? Maybe I'll roll down my covered calls on JNW. Ooh, that might be good. Fuck, I have 3 minutes. I'm not even logged in. Fuck. Okay. $15? Why don't I have any fucking pricing on these? Nah, I'll just take profits. Fuck it. Big boom boom. Green candles on Bobby. Gives a shit. Nice consolidation for next week ups on SPX. We found a nice floor, provided futures can hold up through the weekend. Anything worth grabbing before next week? I don't know. I'm pretty happy with what I got right now. Bear rally completed? I don't think so. That was a very small sell-off to be the completion of the bear rally. A pullback for being extremely overbought, yeah, but over, I doubt. Repositioning, but probably not a lot of it today. Maybe more on Monday. BlackRock bought almost 20 million shares. See, this is why I don't listen to anybody's comments on 13Gs, because they're just all over the place. Ding ding. $310 million market imbalance was to the sell side today. We were crap. Yeah, it was super overbought earlier. BlackRock just bought Super Stock. You still playing Cat 260 calls? Yeah, but I have them for March. Numbers are, but the percent ownership is now 7.2. Okay. So yeah, GME kind of flat on the day from open to close. Upstart in a similar position. So I mean, they didn't really get any ground back. We moved back above 22 into close, which is good. GME moved back up into the $22 range before close, which is also good. Obviously they took advantage of the big sell-off on SPX and regained some ground on their short vol positions that are sitting on GME at 25 and 23 and on Upstart at 22.50 and 25. So they're a little better positioned going into the ETF FTDs at the beginning of next week, but they're not fantastically positioned, and Upstart still has some exposure from yesterday's run. I think we may have seen some of that covered this morning, we may not have, so there's still some potential with that as well. SPY seems to have, or SPX and ES seem to have found a pretty tight floor on ES around the 41.50 mark. Here 41.30. There's not a lot of short side positioning here, so I think maybe we see a reaccumulation of long positioning going into the beginning of next week. There's really not any super impactful economic data in the early part of next week, and so if the market's going to have another little push up, it'll probably be during that time frame. But we'll be watching for that. Hopefully that continues to apply some pressure to the basket. That's about it. Members only stream will be Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope you guys all have a great weekend, and I will see you there. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
I'm not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.